Right. Let's get things going. Think everything's working. Getting the mic check real quick. Believe so. Welcome, week 16. Week 16. Here we go. Probably the semifinals for most fantasy leagues. The last three games for the NFL teams to secure playoff spots. Big implications this week. Big implications. We are going on. Smitty, how are you? Start two wide receivers. Olave is there twice. T. Higgins, Olave, Myers. If it's only three, then I'll start assuming it and breaking it down based if it was those three. But let me know if there's actually four and that was a mistypo. But um, consistency wise, I think you know it's hard for me to move off of how good Jacoby Myers looks in his offense. I know they're playing the Broncos, so we got to consider that as a matchup thing, but we'll see. Jets versus Saints, so decent matchup for Olave, and then T. Higgins is against the Dolphins. Okay. I think safest plays would be Olave and T. Higgins. Um, I do think Myers will get a lot of PPR value. So if your league's PPR, maybe I could talk myself out of against Higgins for Myers if I was looking for a safe floor. But overall, most scenarios, I'm probably playing T. Higgins and Olave there just because Denver's tough. But, if I was projected tied and I had upside in my other positions, like my running backs or something, that's where Olave and Myers can make sense for me. If I just need if I'm willing to, take the floors. We're hoping T. Higgins and the Bengals can figure something out, but their offense looks to be in the worst position overall, even if Jacksonville's playing Denver. So that's how I would look at it. Hopefully that helps you, Smitty. Let me know if not, drop a like, guys, if you can. Much appreciation and celebration to you and your team. George, how are you? So standard league non-PPR start two of these wide receivers, Pickens, Ladd, or MHJ. So I think I'm taking Pickens for sure there. They are playing the Chargers, so I'd pick that. Ladd or Marvin Harrison. I mean, both of them are kind of in a uh target share questionable situation. Cowboys is a good matchup. Falcons is a decent matchup. Go with your gut on who you think has the better chance to score the touchdown. But in my eyes, I would say I would believe that the Cowboys would be able to score more than the Falcons, forcing opportunities. I'm also kind of hesitant on Marvin Harrison just because there's that small chance of a re-aggravated injury. Um, so just with those kind of things going, that's why I would lean towards Ladd. But I'm for sure playing Pickens. But go with your gut. But those are who I would do in a standard league. Let me know if that helped. But drop a like if you can, guys. Hopefully that helped you, George. Let me know if or if not. Much love to you and your team. Merry Christmas to all. Okay, LM. LM, how are you? Dak Purdy or Brissett. So I don't have Purdy, but I have the other two, and I will tell you that I am going Brissett over uh what's it called? Brissett over Dak. I think Dak can have a great game. Don't get me wrong. I just view a little bit of risk with uh how well the Chargers have, played against quarterbacks especially recently. So for me, there is a little bit of risk there. In terms of Brissett, the reason I'm leaning there is just because Cardinals defense kind of sucks. Their run game is not spectacular. This guy has been throwing a lot of passes. Falcons defense is a little banged up. So for me, that's why I'm making that decision. It's not like either's in weather or anything to consider. Let me look at Purdy on my analysis in that one. Oh, they're playing the Colts at the Colts. So I think that's a decent matchup. However, with how the Colts played the last game, it looks to me like they're going to slow the ball down. And they're okay with like less possessions running the football. And I think the 49ers are kind of along that similar lines, right? But they have a little more offensive firepower. So I don't know if it's going to come through McCaffrey. I don't know if it's going to come through the air. Uh, but I see them as the least ability to score out of the three options. So even though I like Purdy, I don't like him there. So I would do Brissett in that situation. Highest, I would say, quote unquote, upside value. I guess Dak, you could chase that if you need the upside. I would go for Brissett in most situations. Hopefully that was helpful. Let me get this spam out the chat. Um, Let me know if or if not. LM, drop a like if you can. Much, much appreciated. Do you decide between Tracy Jr. or Brees Hall in a PPR? Tracy Jr. or Brees Hall? Okay, so um, I think there is potential to ride the wave of Tracy. I would look at, I don't know, like, right, if you're playing for the finals, um how I kind of feel it is what decision feels best to you, right? You have to trust your gut, and what decision are you more gonna live with yourself? If you have that gut feeling to play Tracy, then and you need to follow your gut, then go for it. The reason I'm mentioning Brees Hall here is, the Saints are kind of run funnel recently. Brees Hall, name wise and in terms of what he's done in workload wise, I feel like, most people would lean towards this because of, having had value for most season, if even if he's had bad games, still touches. I think Tracy is on the better offense at home. Um so I could see that there. I think I'm leaning Brees Hall in most situations, just if to rely on. However, again, if you have a gut feeling like you're like, I think this is repeatable, right? What he did, go with Tracy, because he, does have that uh you know game that he had. But most situations for me, I'd be going Brees Hall, because he got me here, and I'd be willing to bet on that, and the matchup doesn't scare me off of it. So that's my logic or reasoning. But let me know if you disagree. Um, if you disagree, and I will uh respect it, But drop a like if it was helpful or not. Much, much love to you and your team celebrations. Hopefully you win. Drop a like if you can, but Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. You're welcome, George. Eric says T. Higgins, Metcalf, Michael Wilson, Mike Evans start three. If it's just bench one, I'm probably benching Metcalf in that situation, but let me see. Mike Evans for sure taken. T. Higgins, upside wise, I would take volume wise comparable to Metcalf, but I'd rely more on Joe Burrow than Aaron Rodgers in that offense. Michael Wilson, I'm probably taking him just because, like, even though for me his target share is going to go down, I don't think it's going to disappear to nothing. And, you know, I like what he's been doing, especially in a PPR league. Um, the only reason I would take Metcalf, I guess, if it was standard league, that's the only reason I would really take it. But for sure, I'm starting Mike Evans and uh and T, and then I let me know if you disagree or if that was not helpful. But drop a like, guys, if you can. Let me know any last minute start or sit. Much love to everybody and their teams. Hopefully, everybody's doing well in their matchups and they're not playing against Puka Nakua or something like that. Hopefully, you have Puka Nakua. Because if we look at the scores so far, if you're playing against a team that had Puka Nakua, Saquon, and JSN or something like that, you'd be in a bad position. Hopefully, everybody has a good holiday. Much love to you and your teams. We got the spotlight game of the day being the Buccaneers versus the Panthers. My head's getting hot. Bucks versus Panthers because there's huge playoff implications there, right? Leading the division, whoever wins this game will be leading the division headed in with 2 weeks left. They play each other again. So huge playoff implications there for this morning game. So we'll see who's going to end up taking the lead in the division. Who is going to be leading the division after this Bucks and Panthers game? Who do you guys got? Looks like right now more people Bucks than Panthers. More people saying the Bucks. Honestly, I did not think the Bucks would be in a position like this. Obviously, you can't predict injuries or things like that, but even so, last week, right? Last week, um, I don't know. So hopefully, they just come back strong this week, the Bucks. And I mean, it's kind of a Cinderella story to see the Panthers here too, right? In a position to be able to make playoffs. Beginning of the year, you would have never said, "Oh yeah, the Panthers are gonna have a real shot to make the playoffs." Nope, nope. That was not the narrative for the year. Um, that was not what people were thinking. But here we go. We got the game starting. So much celebrations to everybody, to you and your teams. Happy Merry Christmas. Much love to all of y'all. And we shall get started here because we got a great day of football ahead of us. Happy Sunday, Ryan. Happy Sunday. How are you? What's the highlight? What is the highlight, Ryan? With you. I got many games of importance, I think. As we get closer and closer, every game gets more and more important. So we got the spotlight game, but the other games that will be important today is, it was big game yesterday with Bears Packers. people probably expected the Packers to win, but the Bears take the lead there. Um, we got Jaguars Broncos in the afternoon. Big game there. Steelers Lions is a pretty decent game, and 49ers Colts. Patriots Ravens, probably highest profile games from today's slate. So many people looking to make fantasy finals for this week. Doing great. How am I? How are the lineups looking? Well, I had to drink major copium this last week. I had to cope, and how I coped this last week because I lost. I lost. My entire team just kind of did not do nothing. So I had to cope with not making it to the next round of playoffs. But how I did cope was there was zero chance of me making it, no matter what choices I made. There was no winning. It's not like, oh, I even if I changed this team out for that team, could I have won? Nope. So I would have had to like do some crazy things like drop like Romo Dunze for DJ Moore, like I would have had to make some crazy decisions in order to even like have made it. So was able to cope with that, but it's okay. It's okay. There's a lot of what's it called? I don't know if pride's the right word, but you know, reason to in the league to keep going. Uh, but it's been a crazy week of football so far. So hopefully we get a good morning of football or a good early slate game of football. Ryan, did you make the playoffs? Curious to know. Cheers to 2026. That's exactly what I said. That is exactly what I said as well. Cheers to 2026. But here we go, guys. Much appreciated for you asking, Ryan. Hopefully you did well for your league. Here we go. First drive. Getting started. We got Bryce Young and team taking the field 15 minutes from the 35-yard line. Shotgun formation. Dropping back. Bryce off the hands of Ted McMillan. Little on the outside coverage was good. You did make the playoff, but you're losing against Puka and Hurts. Ooh, that is a tough one. That is definitely a tough one. Let's see if you look at I don't know. I think you're in a PPR league, right? But and these numbers are half point PPR, but 40-point game for Puka, and Hertz got what, a 19-point game. So for 20-point game, you got this, man. You got this. We'll root for you. You got any important players in the morning slate that I could root for or pray for the touchdown for you? We got on a second down 3 yards for Rico Dowdle. So 3rd and 7 for Carolina there. And you got the Saints versus the Jets going, and it looks like there was a potential fumble by the Saints to the Jets for Taysom Hill potentially just fumbled it and gave it to the Jets. All right, we got 3rd and 7 for Carolina here. Shotgun formation. Bryce dropping back, firing, and he's got his man for a first down. It looks like Tedero McMillan. You have Saints defense. You have the Saints defense. Okay. Okay, I will root for you for that. Harold Fannin, 11-yard reception. Harold Fannin going to be a very interesting name talked about next year, I think, in drafts. I think he's going to be pretty good at football. All right, we got Bengals to Jamar Chase driving. We got Jamar Chase getting the first down. 0 points for the Bengals last week, so they're going to probably want to do something different about that. They're going to want to do something different about that. Okay. So Taysom Hill did fumble it. Taysom Hill did fumble it. All right. So we got Fannon's gonna be amazing at crazy stats in college. I mean, yeah, and he had crazy stats too with the mm, games he's been playing recently, especially with Sanders at quarterback. And at least now it looks like they're probably gonna use him for the next year, right? Sanders, which means that connection will probably only get better. So, you know, there's always that layer of like Bowers, Trey McBride, George Kittle, at the top, but I think he'll be in that next tier right after that. Maybe with like Tyler Warren and them. Uh all right, so Bryce Young in the red zone. They moved him to the red zone, nothing there on first down. So Carolina Panthers got to the red zone, I believe, on the backs of Rico Dowdle, is the one who got them there. You're surprised the Browns kept Njoku and didn't trade them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. I kind of agree with that. Uh, I I don't know if they're gonna try to run a two tight end, running heavy approach or something. Oh, here comes Fannin, and Fannon's got the touchdown. We were just talking about him being a great option for fantasy value next year. And look at that. He just goes right now, scores a touchdown. Got Shador Sanders throwing the touchdown to Harold Fannin. And it looks like the Panthers are in 3rd and 3 in the red zone. The Jets have a red zone opportunity after Taysom Hill fumble. Ball swatted down on 2nd down. It'll be 3rd down and 12 for the Jets after getting the fumble recovery. 3rd down and 3 here for the Panthers. And they take a pitch to Chuba Hubbard. He tries to find his way and he loses about a yard or two. It's going to be 4th down. Panthers might take the field goal here because it'll be 4th and semi long. But yeah, I agree. Surprised that they did not. Maybe there was no trade value for Njoku, but who knows? Some teams can work and be successful with two tight ends. So we'll see if Shador Sanders is Tom Brady and can feed two tight ends. Okay, field goal opportunity for Carolina here. And field goal is good. So there we go. First points on the board for the Carolina game, the spotlight game of the day. We got the Jets as well, setting up for a field goal after the turnover by Taysom Hill. And here it goes, field goal up, and field goal is good. And the Jets capitalize off of the turnover of Taysom Hill with a field goal. And in the Cowboy game, they're moving it down the field. They converted on 4th down. They got George Pickens. Um, George Pickens there. You got the 10-yard line for Dallas. You got a shotgun formation. And off the 10-yard line, they hit CeeDee Lamb for a gain of about 4, maybe. All right, we'll get this score updated right now. And they're showing almost picked off by JJ McCarthy. Let me remove this spam from the chat before I update the score. All right, field goal is up for Vikings, and that is good. And Prescott looks like he's got the touchdown for Flanoy. Dak Prescott to Flanoy for the touchdown. Dak Prescott to Flanoy for the touchdown. So Dallas got Dak to Flanoy for the touchdown. There we go. Ryan says, you think maybe it's time for the Saints to move on from Taysom Hill? Those gadget plays aren't working. Defense knows when he comes in, it's going to be a trick. I feel you there. I do. Or like, I don't know, figure out how to do the gadget in a different way, but or just run him as a straight running back, right? um, but because of the injuries, maybe they don't trust these other guys as much as Taysom Hill, which would be kind of shocking or weird to think about. If they don't trust their running backs and they got to keep using Taysom Hill like that, it's got to make you question what they're trying to do. So um they got Taysom Hill though. It's hasn't had one of those good games in a couple years probably, or maybe I'm wrong, but I don't I don't I don't think they could rely on him. You don't want to see Kamara go out, play another game. I mean, I feel like they'll have him next year to at least balance the floor, right? Like, let's say they get a high pick, and let's say they want to go for a running back early. It's it's very rare that it's Ashton Genty level where all of a sudden the back takes over, you know, the entire backfield. If you look at the RJ Harvey situation, the Travion Henderson situation, both of them, and go down the list on the rookie running backs, Quinshon Judkins, they split work typically, right? Um, so I do think there is a slot for Kamara next year. Um, it it's I agree though that hopefully put him on a non-injury related way to end the season type of thing, right? Okay, so um we had James Cook with a couple good runs getting them to the midfield. Miami's trying a bunch of, run plays and things, not really getting much in their game, so they're going to be punting. But Browns are up 7-0 against the Bills after the Harold Fannin touchdown. So the Bills brought it past midfield on their next drive. We got we got we got some movement in this game again, as the Browns were probably surprising to score on their first drive, right? It's probably surprised me at least. So we'll see what Josh Allen could do here on 2nd and 4. Fakes, got a handoff, got some running room. Cook juking people. It looks like he's going to take it to the house, and he does. James Cook, touchdown. 44 yards for James Cook, out there just dodging people. James Cook has really, really good vision for a running back. Once he gets into that open space, he does have speed, don't get me wrong, but he has really good vision. Like he juked a guy, he drew it to one side of the field, juked the guy so that he could cut back and get into that open space on the other side of the field. It was definitely a really good vision. Like he knew what he was trying to do to get the defenders ahead of him to move in one direction of the field, and then once he made that cutback, he pretty much had the open field to get to the end zone. So touchdown there for James Cook. That was crazy. That was actually a really, really nice run. I'm gonna tip my hat. James Cook right there. That's why they pay you the money, man. That's why you can stand on on that, because that was a real nice run. So James Cook with the touchdown there to bring the game back. Tied. All right, Tyrone Tracy got a 13-yard rush there, got some movement. Um, for him. All right, let me put this back down. All right, so we got Tampa Bay driving right now. All right, let's see. 2nd and 9, and he finds his man Mike Evans. He finds his man Mike Evans. Um, for a first down. Mike Evans insta play to the leader of the team. I mean, he kind of should be, right? Right. So here we go. 3rd and 4, the Chargers down 0-7, 40-yard line, trying to get across midfield. Herbert dropping back, firing, finds his man, gets the first down, and they break free, and he gets some more yardage there. He gets some good extra yardage there. So the Chargers are driving back against the Dallas Cowboys. They're showing the Saints with Tyler Shuck against the Jets, and he's driving the ball towards the red zone right now as well. All right, we got the Bucks down 0-3, driving the ball towards the red zone as well. Mike Evans has got some good yardage. Now we got a screen being set up for Chris Godwin, and nothing there. Nothing there for Chris Godwin. All right, and back to the Bengals. They're showing Joe Burrow on 1st and 10, floating it for Higgins for 35 yards. Great catch there for Higgins. All right. That was a crazy catch. Crazy catch. All right, you got Tampa Bay here on 3rd and 9, 26-yard line, trying to get down to the red zone. 3rd and 9, dropping back. Oh, ball juggled, and McMillan gets the first down. Ooh, that was crazy. The ball was juggled. He almost dropped it, but he held on to it and was able to get the first down for the Bucks, who are now in the red zone. So the Bucks are in the red zone. So you got Jackson Dart and the Giants taking a sack, but there's a flag roughing the passer. Oh man, that's a bad call. Interesting. That looked pretty clean, but they said he hit Jackson Dart high, so that's going to bring the Giants down into the red zone. And you got Sean Tucker in the red zone with the carries. It almost seems like a strategy is to go for the wide receiver 2. Higgins, Addison, Adams having been eating this year. The team's really trying to lock down the wide one receiver. Yes and no. So I agree heavily with that, especially in the wide receiver 2 position. On on the roster, if it's a good offense, right? So like Jaguars, Jacoby has been eating as well, right? Like you said, Higgins, and you're absolutely right, where it is almost like what's the word? Like you said, the defensive attention is on Jamar Chase to Higgins. The time it does not work as well is like right now when McCarthy is not known to be the strongest quarterback. um and the quarterback can't find the second read, right? Because if your first read is Justin Jefferson, like you're saying, right, a lot of times that's the first read, and then the reason like Higgins has that value is because a good quarterback can go through a progression and look at both options. But if the quarterback sucks, Mike Evans with the touchdown, Mike Evans with the touchdown. If the quarterback sucks and can't look past the first read or can't move the football, then it's not as useful. Um, or if it's too diluted like the Chargers, then it's hard to maintain value of like, oh, so look at that. I was just about to talk about it and he scored a touchdown. Wow, that's hilarious. QJ for the Chargers scores, and I was just literally about to say, what, it's hard to roster Q for the whole year, which he ends up scoring the touchdown there right in my face. But yeah, I would still stand by that statement of like Lad would have been the only one I wanted to hold on my roster the whole year from the Chargers. Um, you know, Mike Evans in the second option being or not Baker, Igbuka. Like we'll see how that ends up. Um, but Baker's a better quarterback, right? And so is Herbert. You even wonder if Pickens has better stats than Lamb. That's true, but something weird is going on with Pickens, in these ending games right now. T. Higgins looks like he got the touchdown. Touchdown, T. Higgins. Touchdown, T. Higgins. Touchdown. We got T. Higgins with the touchdown. But yeah, Pickens, I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know if he's in his head or something right now, but he is not what's it called? Been good recently. Hopefully he could bounce back this week. True about quarterback quality. They're going to make sure Evans gets his numbers for the Hall of Fame. They would have he would need like 400-yard games or like 300-yard games to do it. But I think Evans will make the Hall of Fame. Like, I mean, how many 1,000-yard seasons did he have in a row, right? That's a lot. What happened to Ibuka? Is he still playing hurt or too many mouths to feed? Well, I think there was a couple things happening at the same time. One is that if you look at his catchable target rate, it was like the two people that I would be okay to draft again if this problem could get solved, right? Is Ibuka and Romo Dunze when they were on the field and the targets that they got were not very catchable. Like only half of their targets were even catchable, right? So that's half of it is on the quarterback, right? If you can't catch the ball, you can't catch the ball, right? And then the other part is that Ibuka did have many opportunities this year that were high profile drops. Now, just like Brian Thomas Jr., there could be high profile drops, but there could also just be periods of time where you're not playing well. But there could also be a component of it where you're like in your head, right? And you're just kind of choking on it. So in terms of Ibuka's route running skills and like what his athleticism and what he can do on the floor, everything is there. Like he's juking guys, he's finding the spots in the defenses. So I have high hopes that, things will turn around. But half of it was a little bit of the quarterback Baker not playing well, and then half of it was kind of like, just not performing, right? Not performing to the caliber of a wide receiver one. Making some drops that are critical, things like that. Um, so there's that. Is there a lot of mouths to feed in Tampa? Yes, let's acknowledge that as well, right? But he was kind of like high value on lesser targets, kind of like T. Higgins, right? Where even if the number one Jamar Chase is there, like T. Higgins can still get you like 100 yards on 6 receptions, 100 yards and a touchdown on 6 receptions. Like that was what we were looking for the value, I feel like, of Ibuka, 80 yards and a touchdown on 5 receptions or something like that. Which is still possible, but both Baker and him need to both get better with that target volume going down, right? Like you said, with McMillan coming back, with Chris Godwin coming back, right? And with Evans coming back. that target share is going to go down a little bit. So every point of efficiency on both sides, however many targets can be catchable from Baker's end, right? And then however many targets he actually catches from Buka's end, that has to improve. But from what you see on the field, like there's nothing that scares me off of Ibuka or even Rome Dunze where I would have said like, nah, these guys aren't good because they're getting open. They're getting open, right? And they're doing right. Maybe not as high of a value as where they would be projected to be drafted at, but they are good at football. They are good. They just need to get, you know, more assured hands like Puka Nakua. Like Puka Nakua. Okay, I got to update the score right now in the uh game because Mike Evans did catch a touchdown and they're showing Jordan Mason injured. Uh-oh. They're showing Jordan Mason injured. That's not good. They're showing a a interception for Shadur Sanders. Interception. It looked like it went off the hands of Quinshon Judkins. Um, the pass was behind him. The pass was behind him, so that really was Shadur's fault. Uh, all right. And it looks like the Cowboys are marching it back down the field in their game. All right, we got this score updated. We got Tua Tagovailoa. Oh man, I butchered that name. We got Tua getting benched this week. We got Tua getting benched this week. Yo, that is crazy. There actually might be a trade there. We got Devon Achane just running the football to the end zone, being a touchdown machine. 48 yards for Devon Achane with the touchdown. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. We got Devon Achane. Wow. All right. Devon Achane with the touchdown. And he's also just like James Cook, somebody that gotta gotta give this man the football. He's really good. Achane is really, really good too. Um, really good pass catcher. And he's proven people wrong. They said he couldn't take 20 carries a game, and he could take 20 carries a game for sure. For sure, he proved it this year. Okay, they're showing Bryce on a 3rd and 18, and nothing there. Achan is so fast. I know he's so fast, and he's so good at catching the football and running. Start Warren or Gainwell. Oh man, Jalen Warren or Kenneth Gainwell. I'm assuming this is not Tyler Warren, right? This is Jalen Warren, Jacob, and PPR league. I would assume if it's PPR league, I mean I gotta take Kenneth Gainwell. If it's Jalen Warren too, Gainwell has the most receptions on the team. That is crazy, right? It's kind of like a Christian McCaffrey usage, and he's just doing so well with his touches that I would ride that. Jalen Warren, I have him. I think maybe he'll get some goal line work, but in a PPR league, I have to take Gainwell. The only reason I would lean Jalen Warren would be if it were standard, then maybe it's a coin flick, but in any type of PPR, I'm taking Kenneth Gainwell. Hopefully that was helpful. Let me know if not, much love to you and your team. Drop a like if you can, guys. If you can drop a like, much, much appreciated, but much celebrations to you and your teams. Bucks, people think 62% are going to win. We got Dallas driving the football right now. Uh, so we got Dallas driving the football. Oh wait, I didn't update the score. Oops. Um, Here it goes. All right, there you go. All right. So we got 7-7. QJ caught the touchdown for the Chargers, and Flanoy caught the touchdown for the Cowboys. Ending the first quarter right now, tied 7-7. We got one more play before the end of the quarter in that game. 3rd and 4 here for Dallas. Shotgun formation. And we got Flournoy in motion. And Dak hits. Looks like CD Lamb for a first down. Yep, his trusted target, CD Lamb, for a first down. All right, they're showing Buffalo after the interception. Josh Allen firing. And he's got a first down and more. Cole Kmet, it looks like. Oh no, it's Jackson Haas. My bad, guys. My bad. It's the 3rd string tight end, not the 2nd string. All right. So we got 2nd and 9 for the Saints right now. Getting across midfield with Chris Olave with a 20-yard reception. 20-yard reception. We got another run, and this time Taysom Hill takes it close to the red zone. Taysom Hill redeeming himself. Taysom Hill redeeming himself. All right, Taysom Hill again on the run. 2.6 for Bucky Irving. 2.6 for Bucky Irving. Okay. So the Saints 2nd and 6. Okay, they're showing Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase has 5 catches in the first quarter. What? Holy smokes. That is crazy. All right, let me move this spam out the chat before I update this. CD Lamb. It's got a catch. 4th and 2 for the Bengals. Okay, so they're going to be punting. We got 3rd and 6 for the Saints marching on the door of the red zone. It's going to be the end of the first quarter there. All right, let's see. We got 4th and 7. Okay, that's going to the end of the first quarter. We got Dak. Dak here in the red zone. Dak taking it. Dak and the Cowboys. 1st and 10 from the 11-yard line and incomplete. And the Chargers were looking to pick that off. It was very close. Very, very close. Much love and celebrations to everyone. All right, so that was close. That was definitely close. Almost picked off there. So here we go. 2nd and 10 from the 11-yard line. Red zone opportunity for Dallas. Dropping back. Tied 7-7. Prescott looking, firing. And Pickens for about 5 yards. 3rd and 5. So 3rd down here. It's about 3rd and 5. All right. And then you got 2nd and 5 for Buffalo, who is also getting towards the red zone. Have the Cowboys been eliminated from the playoffs? I think so. I think they have been eliminated from the playoffs. Dallas is firing for the end zone, and he's got his man. There is a flag, and it would have been Flournoy for a second touchdown. And the refs are talking. Holding on the offense that wipes the touchdown off for Dallas there. All right, 3rd and 2 for Buffalo. And direct snap to Allen, who keeps himself, and he's got the first down. On 3rd and 2, the Bills march in now inside the red zone, tied 7-7 against the Browns. So the hold wipes off Illinois' second touchdown. And so they got a long third down now. 3rd and 14 for the Cowboys. 3rd and 14. All right, and here they go. And we got a good snap, dropping back. Prescott, no good. It's going to be a field goal opportunity for the Cowboys. And we got 2nd down for the Bills. And they almost get to the end zone. They're going to be about a yard or two short. The Bills are for 1st-and-goal opportunity against the Browns. We got the Saints 4th and 16, 49-yard field goal attempt. Field goal is up, and field goal is good. All right, we got 1st-and-goal and wow, walks in the touchdown. Ty Johnson for Buffalo. Touchdown right there for the Buffalo Bills. Now up by a touchdown. All right, we got Aubrey kicking the field goal, and the field goal is good. The field goal is good. All right. And they were showing the Bucks up 7-3 against the Panthers, driving the ball down. Bucks are driving the ball down. They're showing the Giants, who are down 3-0. Vikings are up 3-0, and Tyrone Tracy getting 7. You got 2nd-and 2 for the Giants on the 15-yard line inside the red zone. Handing off. Tracy breaking a tackle. Stays on his feet, gets a first down. All right. So first down for the Giants. And we got a 1st-and-goal opportunity for the Giants. No pass attempts yet, apparently. That's crazy. 16 offensive snaps and all. Wow, Jackson Dart has not thrown the football yet. All handoffs. And he's thrown the football, and it's dropped. First official pass attempt. Off the hands of Theo Johnson. 2nd-and 10. So Jackson Dart trying to get it to Theo Johnson off the fingertips. 2nd-and 10 for the Giants here in the red zone. They were running the football extremely well so far. 2nd-and 10 here are the Giants. Handoff. Singletary gets maybe 3 or 4. All right, they're showing Miami, and Miami gets a first down. Are the Raiders my team? Yes. Yes. We are the Super Bowl champions this year. Yes, it is painful. It is painful. And as my friend who is also a Raider fan says, we constantly contemplate giving up fandom, but we apparently like pain. So we continue to try to give ourselves pain being Raiders fans. Hopefully, we could figure things out, but I know it's sad. It is sad. Do you have a team, Ryan? Do you have a team? Oh, you like Crosby? Yeah. Sometimes it feels like he's the only one playing defense. Sometimes we're good. Um, but a lot of times it feels like he's the only one on the defensive end of the football. I shouldn't be so harsh. 3rd and 7 for Jackson Dart on the 8-yard line. 3rd and 7. Jackson Dart dropping back. Sneaking away, trying to make something himself. There's a flag. And he's sacked for a yard. Ravens is your team? Okay. Okay. Who you guys playing again today? Ravens are playing. Oh, New England, big game. That's right. New England, big game. All right. They're showing Baker Mayfield and team trying to drive it to the red zone as well. They're showing that it was a holding or no, illegal formation by the Giants. So that's why the penalties declined because the sack will stand. 3rd and 4 for Tampa. And the Giants in the red zone have to settle for a field goal. So here we go. 3rd and 4 from the 30 are the Buccaneers. Here we go. 3rd and 4, dropping back. Mayfield firing. And good play. It looks like cornerback got in the way. Tip it there. Huge game and hoping the Lions beat the Steelers. Yes, I know exactly. That is exactly what you need, right? That is exactly what you need because then you guys can still take the division. Field goal is good for the Giants. Field goal opportunity, 4th and 4 for the Bucks. So field goal is good for the Bucks. Field goal is good for the Bucks. Oh wait, Baker's pointing like it's a penalty on the Panthers. Wait a minute. So we shall see what they say. The refs are talking about it. The refs are talking about it. Hopefully, your Baltimore Patriots game will be a good one. I feel like it could be. Hopefully, it's a good one. Good offense. Good offense. It would be good to see good offense. The Bucks here. The Bucks here are potentially gonna keep the football. It's taking a little while for the call to be made. They're video reviewing it, they're saying. Points. They're calling a personal foul against Carolina. Wow. So the field goal is wiped off the board, and now they can keep marching the ball down the field for a potential touchdown. Bad call or bad penalty. Sorry. Bad penalty. Wow. All right. So first down for the Bucks in the red zone now, 15-yard line. And Rashad White runs it Gain of about 3, maybe. TB, how are you? What's good with you as well? Nick Chubb or Jordan? Oh my goodness. What? I don't know, man. That's who. I- That's like just like a question of who's gonna get it. I would say that because Chubb is the what's it called? Uh, veteran. I guess that he might get the higher value touches. To me, I'm totally guessing here, right? To me, I'm guessing they're going to split 50-50 roughly, where Chubb would be used more on the 1 yard line, but Jordan would be used more in the change of pace style. So I feel that their values kind of split. Um, it's just like what side of the coin would you want to take based on their matchup? What's the projected? Uh, Let me see. Who do they got? They got. Why can't? Oh, the Raiders. I think I would take Chubb out of the safety since it's Raiders and the high value touches might more so be there. But I think if I needed the upside, I would just pray for Jordan. Um, you know, go with your gut there because your guess is as good as mine on how they're going to break down that usage. But that's just how I visualize the usage being done. So I lean Chubb if I needed to lean on safety, but if I needed upside, I would go with Jordan. Hopefully that was helpful, but your guess is good as mine. Go with your gut. Much love to you and your team. Much celebrations to you. And McConkey gets a touchdown here. Touchdown to McConkey. Drop a like, guys, if you can. Much appreciated. We got McConkey catching the football right there. So we got Herbert to McConkey. Touchdown. You're welcome, TB. You're welcome. Drop a like if you can. Much appreciated. But much celebrations to you and your team. Hopefully you win. Much love. Um. All right, we got third and goal opportunity for the Bucks. Uh, the Bucks third and goal opportunity in the second quarter off the 2 yard line. We got Sean Tucker in the backfield, and we got the box stacked. The handoff up the middle, and Tucker's trying to bounce free, and Baker getting a block, but he gets tackled in the backfield. J.C. Horn, one of the best quarterbacks right now in the league, also making a huge tackle there. They got Shador Sanders getting it to the red zone on his own feet. Much love to everybody. Drop a like if you can. Much celebrations and much love. The Bucks. Everybody's thinking the Bucks are still going to win, slight margin. So we got a field goal opportunity again for the Bucks. Judkins bringing it to field goal. It is good for the Bucks. We got Judkins bringing it to first and goal opportunity for the Browns. All right. And we got a 10-3 lead for the Bucks. Here we go. First and goal opportunity. First and goal opportunity here for Cleveland. We got a stacked box, got a man in motion, and we got a handoff up the middle. Judkins met at the line of scrimmage. All right, you got Tennessee and against Gardner Minshew, and there's a safety. It looks like. It looks like there was a safety right here. Woo! All right. All right. There you go. All right. On second and goal, the Browns here on the 5 yards line fake a pitch. Sanders out and no good. So it's going to be third and goal here. Third and goal. All right. They're showing Minnesota tied 3-3. JJ McCarthy hitting Justin Jefferson for a 16-yard reception. That has been a connection that everybody wants to see because that has been painful to watch. Justin Jefferson not getting many yards a game. So Justin Jefferson finally's got 50 yards in a game. Uh-oh, Sanders is headed to the locker room or the medical tent. All right. What is going on with Sanders? He's looking at his pinky. He's got some blood on his pinky for Sanders. Tore his skin or something open. So third and goal opportunity here. Dylan Gabriel is in on third and goal here. Gabriel looking, going on his own feet. Nothing there. It's going to be a field goal. It'll be interesting to see where Jefferson gets drafted next year. I think he'll be still in the top group, but at the bottom. So you got Puka, JSN, Jamar Chase. You got CeeDee Lamb, right? You got uh you know, I think he'll be in that mix with like then the following tier, right? Which is like Drake London, um, where would be Justin Jefferson, maybe Neighbors because he's coming off an injury. Uh, would be kind of in that area. But yeah, I agree with you. I think it'll be interesting. He was always drafted as a top three wide receiver, but I think he'll move closer to like the bottom end of the top 10 of the wide receivers. Um, yeah, we'll see how JJ McCarthy looks and what they do in the offseason in terms of the quarterback. But I would need to see a lot from JJ McCarthy to draft Justin Jefferson. Um, Here they go. Third and 13 for the Bengals, tied 7-7 against Miami. Looking, nothing there for the Bengals. Gonna have to punt. They're gonna have to punt. Bengals tie game right now with Miami. All right. Ooh. So Flournoy caught it on the floor, and then helmet to helmet from a Chargers defensive back, which started a fight on the field at the Chargers and Dallas, or not a fight, but just shoving. All right, 45-yard field goal attempt for the Bengals. I thought they would have to punt, but they were close enough. And field goal is good. Off the upright, field goal is good. All right, and the Panthers, who are down 10-3 to the Bucks, third and 2, close to midfield, firing, and just slightly too far for Teterow and McMillan. It's going to be fourth down. It was a good try, just slightly off. Um, Bryce Young just slightly off to Teterow and McMillan. Um, but yeah, I'm curious to see how the Vikings end the season as well. Um, I think all these kind of quarterbacks that are younger, right? Like this is like the next generation of quarterbacks that are all kind of questionable. It's like, who are you going to draft their players or trust them next year, right? And we got Pickens catching the touchdown from Dak Prescott. There you go. Dak Prescott to George Pickens for the touchdown. So yeah, like, Dak, you're gonna probably trust him next year and things like that, right? But JJ McCarthy, you're gonna trust him. So that's why you would trust CD Lamb, right? Next year, you're gonna trust JJ McCarthy with Justin Jefferson, Um, or are you gonna trust some of these other guys, right? Sam Darnold versus JSN. You're taking JSN, right? Sam Darnold's not the greatest, but he's not the worst, But then you move to that next tier, right? Like Michael Penix, is he going to be healthy next year? Probably. I don't think it was a complete tear, right? So Drake London, but are you going to trust his quarterback? Um, right, Garrett Wilson, are you going to trust his quarterback? I feel like that's the range where Jefferson will fall in. He'll fall at the bottom end of the very top, but at the top end of those questionable guys. All right. So the Vikings are marching it towards the red zone. They're at a second and goal opportunity after Jordan Anderson with the 20-yard gain. And now we're looking Jefferson across the middle, nothing there. It'll be third and goal. You have a feeling there could be some big trades like Burrow for Daniels. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That would be crazy. I don't see that. Um, but I do think there's going to be trades. Like, for example, it kind of feels like Tua's going to get traded. Um, right? They just benched him. Um, so they're gonna be doing something there, right? Uh, there's big talks of AJ Brown being traded, which and McCarthy throws an interception off the tips of his fingers of his receiver, and McCarthy can't catch him, and it's going to go all the way back for a touchdown, for a Giants defensive touchdown. There is a flag on the field, so we'll have to see what kind of flag this is. But as of right now, it is offsides on the defense. So that wipes it off. And McCarthy gets bailed out there. You don't think Burrow wants to stay in Cincinnati? You don't think Washington really wants Daniels? Tua and Kyler Murray's a good one. Kyler Murray's on the move for sure too. If I were Arizona, I would just take Brissett, right? Rebuild, knowing that Brissett and let him know like, hey, we're gonna hold on to you for a year or two while we rebuild, and you'll start right for us. Kyler Murray, big contract. So I don't know what both for Tua too, right? But Kyler and Tua are you're not gonna win a championship with these guys, in my opinion, right? So I'm good moving off those guys too. You really don't think Burrow wants to stay in Cincinnati because of what they did to Trey but he's got Chase with them, you know. I think T Higgins was like a 1-year contract, right? So I don't know if they stay with him because he was being paid a crazy amount of money. T Higgins, Um, and we got JJ McCarthy taking a sack on third and goal. Burrow's been making some odd comments recently. He has. He definitely has. Um, Gardner Minshew hurt right now. It looks like Kansas City's quarterback. He has been making some odd comments. I think he's frustrated, obviously. And James Cook on first and goal, first and 10, almost gets to the goal line. It'll be like second and about 1 on about the 3-yard line. But yeah, I agree. He's been making weird comments. I feel like he's obviously frustrated. Um, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe he doesn't want to be there. James Cook getting a touchdown. It looks like James Cook is getting a second touchdown on the day, and it is been called that way. James Cook for a touchdown. There you go. Yeah, I don't know what Cincinnati's doing. I don't know what Cincinnati's doing. You know, James Cook almost fumbled it, but he instead turns it into a touchdown. Wow. Yeah, we'll see what happens with Burrow. Maybe you're right. Maybe you are right. So 3rd and 13 for Tampa Bay, and Baker gets sacked. All right, Carolina's got to take over and score here. Um, but this is looking like the same Bucks team as last game. It's just, you know, I feel like they are, what's it called, trying to keep a backfield where they're rotating Sean Tucker, Bucky Irving, and Rashad White, and then on the receiver end, they're rotating all these guys in and out. I don't know, their offense just does not look like it's gelling. The Bucks, drive after drive. All right, we got Miami back into the red zone here. Jalen Waddle with a nice catch that brought them down into the red zone. So here comes Miami down 7-10 towards the red zone. And they're showing the Chiefs game 0-2, right? Safety for Tennessee, but now Gardner Minshew is injured. All right, so we got another play going here, and it looks like there you go, touchdown for Miami. Malik Washington fake the handoff to Devon Achane, and instead there's a handoff to Washington that on the end around that ends up getting the touchdown. Good misdirection there to get that touchdown. So tricking the team there. All right. All right. They're showing Herbert getting a first down. So the Chargers driving it back. Chargers driving it back there. All right. All right. All right. Let's see. They're showing the Chiefs of the Chiefs with the backup quarterback. All right. That's kind of scary if you're a Chiefs fan. 3rd and 4 for the Chiefs. And the play is wiped off. Must be a timeout. So Kansas City taking a timeout here. 3rd and 4. And they're showing 1st and 10 for the Chargers. Looks like Amari and Hampton. 2nd and 10. Carolina is in the red zone. How'd they get here? And they're floating it for the end zone. Off the fingertips of Tedero McMillan, looking for a flag. Nothing there. 3rd and 10 for the Panthers. All right. Here they go. 3rd and 4. Dropping back, firing. Not there for the Chiefs. Ooh. Bryce Young gets cracked on that one. 3rd and 10 here for the Panthers. 3rd and 10, down 10-3. Almost 2 minutes drill. Look in, he fires. And the coverage was pretty good. 4th down. Oh, they're showing that's how they got to the red zone was Tetaroa. Good coverage on Tetaroa. A little bit of extra contact there, but kind of a forced play. So the kicking team is up for Carolina, down 10-3. Here we go. And kick is good. And there were many chants. There were many chants saying, "Ref, you suck." They were in Carolina. Shador Sanders got a band-aid on his hand. Looks like they're going to bring him back in the game. They're showing a field goal opportunity for the Chiefs, 54-yard attempt, and it is good, and they are now winning 3-2. 3-2 because Tennessee had a safety. 6-3 Jackson Dart, and Jackson Dart with an interception. Jackson Dart with an interception. All right. So, interception. All right. So, they're showing red zone opportunity for the Vikings, instant red zone opportunity. You think the Washington backup QB had his finger stepped on too? Dart hasn't been the same since they told him to stop running so much. That is so true, huh? It's almost like his spirit got destroyed. Like, oh man, I'm not allowed to run anymore. I don't know why they're running the football so much, but on the one play he does throw, he threw an interception right now. So Washington's backup QB. Oh, are you talking about? Oh, that was yesterday, huh? Are you talking about uh Mariota? Is that what happened and why he came out? Okay, so McCarthy on 2nd and 3. It's got all the time in the world. It's got to be a hold. Has to be a hold on the offensive line. Gotta be. There's nothing else it could be. It looks straight like a hold. Yep. Hold on the offense for the Vikings brings them back. Okay. They are showing Shador Sanders. They are showing Shador Sanders, 2nd and 6 here. 2-minute warning. Taking the snap. Hand off to Judkins for a loss of like 5. They're gonna say, oh, Quinshawn Judkins is hurt. Quinshawn Judkins is injured. It looks like he's in a terrible pain. Probably some type of serious injury. Uh-oh. All right. Mariota it was? Oh, okay, okay. So Aaron Jones on 2nd and 13 gets about 7 maybe. All right, they're showing the 2-minute drill for Tyler Shuck. Hit in Estime for a gain of about 5. They're showing 3rd and 6 for, oh no, timeout. Timeout for the Vikings. So the Saints Red zone opportunity. The Chargers trying to march it towards the red zone here too. All right. So Keenan Allen getting them towards the red zone. 1st and 10 opportunity here for the Chargers. Here they go. Handoff, run up the middle. Amari and Hampton, gain of about 7. All right. And they got Tyler Shoke. 18-yard line, throwing the football, dropped. All right, 3rd and 6 for J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings, 12-yard line. Here they go. Shotgun formation, man in motion, looking, McCarthy scrambling, looking, running for it himself, and he gets to the end zone himself. And J.J. McCarthy gets the touchdown there. J.J. McCarthy runs it in for the touchdown. All right. Tyler Shuck on 3rd and 5, floating it for the end zone. And he's got it, and it was broken up. Very close. Very, very close to Chris Olave there. All right. So we got a field goal is good. Or no, sorry, not field goal. Extra point is good after the touchdown for the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy running it in himself. So close for the Saints for Chris Olave, but nothing there. So it's going to be a field goal attempt. Field goal attempt for the Saints, and it is good. All right, Chargers 3rd and 5. Looking. Herbert's looking, pitches it. And does Allen get to the end zone? He lunges. It will be a first down. Chargers take a timeout. 1st and goal for the Chargers. So nice little court awareness, field awareness for Herbert to flip it to Keenan Allen, who's just a yard short. Oh, Quinshawn Judkins, terrible injury. He's going to have to be helped off the field by a cart. Oh, no. Not good there. 2nd and 8 for Tennessee. And Tajay Spears gets 34 yards. Big play for Tajay Spears. And they're showing the Bengals and what looks like Mike Gesicki get into the red zone. All right, so you got Burrow in the red zone now, down 10-14. Handoff, P. Ryan, it looks like. 1st and goal here for the Chargers, 22 seconds left. Handoff, quarterback sneak. Touchdown, quarterback sneak. Justin Herbert, touchdown. All right, Miami face mask brings 1st and goal from maybe the 1 or 2 couple yard line for the Bengals. Maybe 4-yard line. So it's going to be a really good opportunity for the Bengals here. 5-yard line. So 1st and goal from the 5. 1st and goal from the 5 for the Bengals here. All right. Handoff. Run up the middle. P. Ryan. Touchdown. Samaje P. Ryan. Bengals. Samaje P. Ryan for the touchdown. All right. So Cincinnati back in the lead now. Cincinnati back in the lead. Samaje Perine. All right, in the Tampa game, 3rd and 12 for Tampa. Nothing there. Ooh, so nothing there for the Bucs. So it's going back to the Panthers. And the Bills are up 20-10 with the football. Josh Allen up 1st and 10 for Buffalo. 1st and 10, empty backfield. Swing pass. Shakir gets about 8 or 9. So it'll be 2nd down and 1 or 2. 2nd and 1. Minute 20 left. Buffalo's got all 3 timeouts. Shotgun formation. And he's looking. And Alec is tripped up near the end zone. Myles Garrett looks like he gets a sack. Myles Garrett, sack record. Come on, man. 1 sack away. 1 sack away from tying the NFL record. Wow. 3rd and 23 for Buffalo. Wow. All right. 3rd and 23. Bills are facing 3rd and 23 now. Up on their own end zone. Up on their own end zone on the 1-yard line after like a 13-yard loss or 20-yard loss, whatever it was. Big play. Big play. So here comes a flag, a false start. Oh man, it's backing them up to the half-yard line. Okay. And they are showing Carolina. All right. They are showing 3rd and 23 here for the Browns and Bills. 3rd and 23, half-yard line. And quarterback sneak it. Allen gets about a yard. Okay, they're showing Carolina at about midfield, trying to march it, and they are getting closer to field. They're in field goal range now. They are in field goal range now. All right. So here we go. 1st and 10 for Carolina. Shotgun formation, dropping back, firing. Rico Dowdle. Gain of maybe 2. So Buffalo, 17 seconds left. 4th down. 4th and 22. So it's gonna be trying to get a blocked punt. Are the Browns? since they're in their own end zone. Very short field for the hike. Here comes the punt. So he's basically standing in the back of the end zone. So let's see what happens here. And it's down. Good punt. But good positioning for Cleveland. All right, nothing there. All right, so they're showing Bryce Young trying to make a drive. And they're in field goal range are the Panthers. Maybe one opportunity for the end zone. They took the final timeout. 15-yard penalty on Buffalo for face mask on Cleveland. Wow. Brings them into field goal range almost for the Browns. 6 seconds on the clock. Okay. So they'll probably take a field goal opportunity, maybe. We got 18 seconds left for Carolina. Okay, so snap is off. All right, it's going to be a field goal opportunity for Cleveland. Bryce Young's looking, dropping back. Rico Dowdle. It's going to be 12 seconds for Carolina. Trying to take a shot at the end zone before settling for a field goal to end the half. Bryce Young and team, 12 seconds left. And Cleveland here to end the half to try to kick a field goal. Buffalo will try to ice the kicker. All right, Bryce Young, 24-yard line. 12 seconds left. 2nd and 3. 12 seconds left. No timeouts. Floats it for the end zone. And Teteroa McMillan. He's got the touchdown. Teteroa McMillan. Touchdown. Wow. There you go. There you go. Bryce Young, Teteroa McMillan for the touchdown. All right, and now we got a field goal opportunity for Cleveland, and it's a screwed snap, and they just gotta throw it away. So no good for the field goal attempt. Wow, that was close. All right. So they're showing a Titans play. And Chig Okonkwo with a touchdown. Chig Okonkwo with a touchdown. All right. And they're showing a sack for the Saints defense, Cam Jordan, which helps. I know Ryan. Actually, I'm playing the Saints defense too, so we both benefit from that. Let's go. Saints defense getting the sack. Cam Jordan. All right. Cam Jordan with the sack. Cam Jordan with the sack. All right, they're showing 28 seconds left for JJ McCarthy and team, up 13-3, and he fumbles it. Oh my god. And the Giants get a touchdown off of a fumble 6 that brings it back to 13-10. Oh my god. This is vintage JJ McCarthy. Runs it in on the previous possession for a touchdown and then fumbles it for a touchdown to the Giants. Dude. Dude. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Big play by the Giants. Oh my goodness. Well, the Panthers are now up 10-13 against the Bucks. So got to update that score. JJ McCarthy just held on to the football. He's just holding on to the football way too long. You know, that was not good. All right. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. JJ McCarthy getting some medical treatment going into the locker room early. Maybe just trying to hold on to his pride after that fumble six. All right, so here we go. We got a 61-yard field goal attempt for the Saints. Kick is up. No, not even close. Not even close. He had enough distance, but way, way off on the direction. All right, so they're going to halftime. Saints up 9-6. Um, all right, so Saints are up 9-6 against the Jets. It's all field goals here in this game uh, between the Saints and the Jets. We just had the Panthers score a touchdown to end the half, up 13-10 against the Buccaneers. Um, okay, and they just showed the fumbled snap of the field goal attempt of the Browns. They're showing Tennessee, who got a Chigakonkwo touchdown. And then now the Chiefs are trying to score a field goal to end the half. So you got 10 seconds left, 3rd and 8. About a 42-yard field goal attempt. Harrison Butker. They're down 3-6. They are down 3-6. Snap is off. Kick is up. And kick is good. So Kansas City down 6-9 against the Titans. So Butker brings it to 6-9. 3-point game for the Chiefs. 3-point game for the Chiefs. Okay, so 6-9 Chiefs versus Tennessee. Tennessee got 6 seconds left. 6 seconds left. And then the Tennessee Titans will receive the ball in the second half. So they're showing the backup quarterback for Kansas City because Gardner Minshew got hurt. Do I know who this guy is? No, I don't. No, I don't. So feel free to fill in for me on who this guy is. Would I go Nick Chubb or Jordan in the flex? Man, Lewis, somebody asked the exact same question a little while ago. Basically, my analysis was go with your gut on the breakdown because I have no idea how they're going to break down that backfield. My only thought is that Nick Chubb, because he is the veteran, he is going to get more of the touches around the goal line or inside, the 5-yard line. So in a standard league, he might have more value. And then Jordan more of the change of pace back. So for the upside, Jordan. But I have no idea how they're going to break down that backfield. So your guess is as good as mine. If I was going for safety, I would just pray and hope that Nick Chubb gets those good, high value touches. And if I needed the upside, I'm hoping that Jordan breaks free against my Raiders and, pops off a big run. But I have no idea. I hope that was somewhat helpful. I have not much analysis. It's a tough one. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. You're welcome. Drop a like if you can, but much love to you and your team. Best of luck. Best of luck with that decision. But Merry Christmas to you and your loved ones. Oh my goodness. So the Panthers are leading the Bucks. Did anybody expect that? Wonder who's going to win that game right now. Everybody's got it tied 50-50 between the Panthers and the Bucks on who they think they're going to win. So make sure you vote on that. The Chargers are leading 21-17, which is somewhat expected, I would say, right? Um, over the Cowboys, we got the Bengals leading 17-14. Big opportunity for the Bengals to get some momentum. But Bills are winning. Quinshon Judkins got hurt, carted off the field. A little scary. So let's update the first half. Uh, let's update the first half right now. So we got the scoring leaders of week 16 in the flex. James Cook jumping straight up in there because he's got 2 touchdowns and like 100 yards. This guy is going nuts right now. We got uh who else? We got Ted McMillan catching a touchdown. We have um T. Higgins with a touchdown. We got Lad McConkey with the touchdown. Juwan Johnson's got 80 yards randomly and 7 receptions. Funny enough. Chigakonkwo with the touchdown. That wraps up our flex positions. Uh, let's get this updated real quick. And then we might take a short bathroom break. Quick, grab some coffee. Uh, but let me update this right now. Bryce Young and team doing good against the Bucks. Oh, I got to do the quarterbacks too. That's right. That's right. That's right. Got to do the top quarterbacks too. So the top quarterbacks here, top about 8. I would say Dak doing pretty good. Man, Dak overcoming that good defense. Oh yes. All right. All right. Here comes the updated. We got Justin Herbert having a great game, 21 points. Dak Prescott having a great game. Joe Burrow having a pretty good game first half too, so we'll see if they can all maintain that. Let me get these scores updated for y'all so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Here we go. Boom. Updated top scores from the day. There we go. All right. We got big needs here. Um, all right. All right. Um, all right. That's good. That is all good. Let me take a quick break for the bathroom. Be right back. Bathroom break. All right, back now. Okay. So Josh Allen. Oh man, there was a scare that he had to have x-rays on his foot, but he's returning. So he's cleared. All right. So it looked like the Chargers marched it down. All right. And looks like we're getting back into action slowly, guys. So give me. All right. All right. Drake London's listed as active, guys. Drake London is listed as active. Thanks for welcoming back, Ryan. Appreciate you sticking around. The Saints defense seems to be holding, knock on wood. I have them too, so I'll be we're mutually rooting for the Saints defense right now. um all right, so we got third down for Buffalo. Did not know that Josh Allen had to get x-rays, but he's back in the game. He's cleared to play. Briz Pierre says, need upside, 6 points, touchdown. Knicks or CJ Stroud. You need upside. You need upside. 6 point a touchdown. Okay, so 6 points. It's not 4 points. Okay, okay, okay. I'm following you now. I'm following you now. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Uh, I think, you know, wait. Timeout, 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 timeout. So we got the Texans playing the Raiders at home, Broncos playing the Jaguars at home. I would say I'm just banking on Knicks. I know it's scary, right? But he's at home, which is where he plays better. He's playing the Jaguars who can score the football. Um, so I'm just hoping for a shootout there if I need upside, right? Because CJ Stroud, you guys are playing my Raiders. I don't know if we can really score the football. You know what I'm saying? Like for us Raiders to score 21, 3 touchdowns, like that's a really good game. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a really good game. And so there's a lot of game scripts of CJ Stroud not having to play. He did have a good game, but Knicks has had some really good games over the season, right? So for the upside, like you said, I'm leaning towards Knicks. Hopefully that was helpful. Drop a like if you can. Much love to you and your team. Best of luck here, man. Best of luck. Merry Christmas to you and your loved ones. Hopefully you win and hopefully, you know, go with your gut between Knicks and CJ Stroud, but that is my analysis on it, on why I would choose Knicks. CJ has no running backs. I mean, he's got aren't both Chubb and Jordan playing? I agree with you. Like, don't get me wrong. If you have a feeling, go with your gut. Your gut has got you here, right? Just take what I say with feedback. But if your gut is telling you to go with CJ, go for it, man. Like trust trust your gut. Trust your gut. Your gut has gotten you here. Um, so don't listen to me. don't 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 listen to me if if you trust your gut, right, and you want to go CJ. Appreciate the like. You can't because you have Herbert on the bench. Oh no. Oh no. I know Herbert's having such a good game. You can donate. I don't have a donation page. But if you like supplements, you can check out my website attached to the channel. But if not, no worries. This is my hobby. I like to have fun with this. But Merry Christmas to you and your loved ones. Hopefully, hopefully, either whoever you choose between CJ or Knicks gets as many points as Herbert, because Herbert is having a really good game so far, right? But best of luck. Much love to you and your team. Drop a like if you can. Much celebrations to you. Merry Christmas, all. Merry Christmas to all. So we got Bucky Irving on a 2nd and 4, maybe about a yard short of a first down. Thank you. Thank you, of course. Much appreciated to you, Briz. Best of luck. We got Dak on a 14-yard gain. All right, 3rd and 1 here for the Bucks. 3rd and 1 playing for the Bucks, and Bucky Irving gets the first down. You're already down as your opponent has Puka. Oh man, dude, that's tough. If you're a PPR league, that's got to be what, like 45 points or 47 points, some crazy thing like that. Yeah, 46.5 points. Oh my goodness. That is tough. I will pray for Bo Nix to or CJ Stroud, whoever you choose, to throw 4 touchdowns for you because you're gonna need a big boost there. Gonna need a big boost there. They're going 1st and 10 inside 30, marching toward the red zone. Are the Bucks down 10-13? Looking, firing, finding Rashad White for a gain of maybe 2. 64. Your opponent's up by 64. Is that what you're saying? Jamar Chase catching the football, bringing them into the red zone. Are the Bengals here? Empty backfield are the Bengals up 17-14, 1st and goal. Burrow looking, firing, hidden. Chase Brown, who gets the touchdown. There goes Joe Burrow getting a touchdown. So you got Chase Brown with the touchdown there. Bucky Irving on 2nd and 8 gets about 4. All right, this is what I like to see. I know I'm being selfish because I have Bucky Irving, but honestly, like, this man is good. I know Sean Tucker did you guys well, but you gotta let this man gain some momentum. Taking Rashad White for a play here or there, putting in Sean Tucker for a play here or there. 3rd and 4 here for the Bucks. Down 10-13. Here he goes. And Chris Godwin gets the first down. So watch Sean Tucker come in here. All right, Tennessee, they're showing Cam Ward. And finding DK for 30 yards. Rookie 30-yard reception. Toe drag swag to get that. Puka had 64 in your league. You have a bonus points over 100. Dude, what? Oh my God. How is that even fair? How is that even fair? 64 points. So who are your players then? You're basically gonna need some of your players then to get some of that bonus too then, right? Oh my goodness. And we got Shador Sanders throwing an interception. Another interception for Shador Sanders. Dude, 100 yards get you, but what is that? Is that like it doubles your yardage? Oh, is that what it does? That sounds like what it does, huh? So if you get over 100 yards, it sounds like that gives you like double points per yards or something, because he had what, like 130 yards. So that sounds about right to go from an extra 20 points or something like that. I don't know. But that's an interesting league. That's a very interesting league. So you're gonna need your players to go over 100 yards too, to even it out somewhat. Who's your biggest upsides? Who do you got any big upside players that could potentially do that I could root for you for? I could pray for you to get a touchdown or a broken 90-yard run. Damn. Okay, so 3rd and 6 for the Bucks inside the 14-yard line. Stacked left side, looking, firing, and he's got his man, Rashad White, tackled a yard short of the goal line. So let's see if they put in Sean Tucker here, just like they've been doing. Here comes. You have Bijan? Okay. Okay, that's reasonable. That is somebody that could definitely get you 100 yards. So, okay. We'll be rooting for him to get 100 yards. Scrimmage yards, right? That should be fine. Sean Tucker, no, they were going for Mike Evans in the end zone and nothing there. So 2nd and goal. Same play that Evans got the touchdown on, like a back shoulder out route. All right. So we got DK scoring a touchdown with Cam Ward in that game. So we got Cam Ward throwing a touchdown. All right, we got 2nd and goal for the Buccaneers here. 2nd and goal, Mike Evans. We got Bucky in motion, looking for Mike Evans, and he got the flag called. J.C. Horn pleading his case. Ryan says, that sounds like a fun league. You like that, Perk? Yeah, dude. I agree. I think what are some cool things? That's cool. Breaking 100 yards, something like that. I like I've heard of leagues with points per first down. That sounds kind of fun as well. Um it's like a variation of PPR where it's like half point PPR and then a point for a first down. That's sounded cool to me too. Um, 1st and goal opportunity for Sean Tucker, who runs it into the end zone. Touchdown for the Bucks. Sean Tucker with the touchdown, and the Bucks score there. Tampa Bay takes the lead. All right, Sean Tucker punches it home. Vulturing my man, Bucky Irving. Sad face. Sad face, sad face, sad face. All right. So the Bills play under review. No good. All right. 3rd and 8 for the Bills. Close to the red zone here. Allen looking, firing, and throwing away. It'll probably be a field goal opportunity there. And all right, I gotta. Bucky gets another touchdown stolen. Dude, I know. I think that's just how Tampa's rolling right now. They're they're basically playing Bucky between the 20s. All and an interception by the Dolphins. So the Bengals take over again. But yeah, they're basically playing Bucky between the 20s, and then they get inside the 20s and they are switching to Sean Tucker, and then they use Rashad White on every 3rd down. That's basically how they're going. Buffalo scores a field goal. All right. So there we go. 2nd and 4. Uh-oh, JJ McCarthy's not in. Max Brosmer is in. I don't know why. Um, he's got to be injured because that Brosmer experiment went extremely poorly last time. That Brosmer experiment was not good last time. All right, so Brosmer on a 2nd and 4. Handoff. Aaron Jones getting the first down. All right, updating the score after the Sean Tucker touchdown puts Bucks up 17-13. All right. So the Bucks are up now 17-13, getting the score updated. All right, let's see. Score is getting updated. Give me 1 second. There it is. Okay, Bruce says your squad's 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receiver, a tight end, 1 flex. Herbert, Nick, CJ Stroud, Javonte Williams, and Bijan. Okay. Aaron Jones in the flex. Terry McLaurin, AJ Brown, Flowers. You need Flowers to have a good game. Kobe Parkinson. Oh, and then you got you're in a defensive league too. Why is it what's it called? I haven't played in one of these. IPP or whatever it's called. Okay, so you got Leonard Williams, Devin White, Cam Curley. Your league has the defense of the Saints. Okay, Saints are playing good. Okay, so you're gonna need Bijan to pop off. AJ Brown and McLaurin's already played. You need Flowers for 100 yards. Parkinson did you dirty. Hopefully, Javonte Williams, IDP. IDP, that's what it's called, right? Okay. Okay. AJ Brown. So you got Williams, who could still potentially get 100 yards, or Aaron Jones. How are they doing? I don't know how they're doing. Let me look. All right, so we got the Bengals and Chase Brown getting a second touchdown. I think I'm playing against Chase Brown. Nice. All right. Cincinnati with a second touchdown. Chase Brown for the touchdown. Chase Brown for the touchdown. Oh, man. Well, that hurts my soul just a little bit there. Okay, so what was I looking up? I was trying to see how Javonte Williams and them are doing. So you got Javonte Williams. Not looking like he's gonna get 100 yards. Not looking like he's gonna get it. And then who was the other guy? Wait, I gotta put this get the spam out the chat. And you had Aaron Jones. That was your other one. Aaron Jones, if I see where he's at. Where is Aaron Jones at? Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones. Oops. All right, so we got for him maybe, right? Cuz Jordan Mason is out, right? Oh, no way. He's only got 27 yards. Okay, so those guys, no good. Those guys, not going to get it. So we got to hope Gotta hope for the other people. Briz. Ryan says you need the other Chase to score for the Bengals. Jamar Chase? Jamar Chase. All right. Hopefully, Jamar Chase will score a touchdown for you. And Manster says Carter or Jordan. Man. That's so tough. Um, you know, I want to say I want to say I want to say Carter in terms of what I think is the depth chart in usage, right? Um, but I don't know. But I don't know. They're gonna have a lot of opportunities to run the ball. Houston does, you know. Cardinals, go with your gut. My gut is telling me that uh Jordan is going to potentially get the play. So I think Carter might get more touches, but I have no idea. I would flip a coin. You know, the initial gut feel says play Jordan, but they both got decent matchups. I have no idea how either backfield is going to go. So if I flip a coin and it lands on Jordan, I'm going to, take Jordan. I foresee potential more running opportunities for Houston. I don't know. That's close. I'm just gonna lean Jordan and pray on that momentum, but go with your gut. If you feel Carter's gonna somehow get the touchdown or whatever, go for it. But I'm playing Jordan there. And just praying for that momentum. I know that was not helpful and I was very wishy-washy. But best of luck to you. Much celebrations. Merry Christmas to you and your loved ones. Hopefully that helped. Drop a like if you can. But much appreciated for asking the question. No, not sure if that was helpful or not. But let me know if you disagree, if not. All right, we got the Panthers marching it back towards the red zone here, and we got Bryce Young on a keep and getting close to the first down on 1st and 10, bringing it towards the red zone, or sorry, the green zone. It looked like we got Ibuka with only one target in this game. And they're showing in comparison Tetaroa getting 10 targets and a touchdown, 73 yards. So 2nd and 1 here for the Panthers. It's a shotgun formation. On 2nd and 1, 9-yard gain for Bryce Young. Run it up the middle with Chuba, who gets a first down. It's going to be close to 1st and goal. It's going to be 1st and 10, maybe from the 11-yard line. So 1st and 10 from about the 11-yard line. Chuba Hubbard's in the game. Rico Dowdle's on the sideline. Minute 20 left in the third quarter. Bryce Young in a shotgun formation. Empty backfield, clears Chuba out to the side. And here we go. Shotgun formation. Taking the snap. It's looking, firing. And it's knocked away. Briz says your opponent, Cousins, Jacobs, ETN, Juwan Jennings, Puka, DK, Ferguson, Giggs, Eagles. Oh, man. Okay, so you need ETN to kind of not do anything. Luckily, Jacobs didn't do much. You're playing Puka. You're hoping DK doesn't do anything. Okay, I mean, it's kind of possible a little bit. Kind of possible. So we'll pray for you, Briz. We'll pray for you to get that win. Real McCoy, how are you? Happy Sunday and God bless. God bless to you too. Oh, and guess who was on your bench that dropped 20 again? Let me guess, DJ Moore. I was just talking about that, Real McCoy. There was like, luckily, my team completely sucked, so I didn't make it to the next round of playoffs. And I was just thinking about that because I had to drink my copium, right? Because my team did so bad. I had to drink that copium. The only way I could have really won was I would have had to basically drop Robo Dunze for DJ Moore or something like that, right? Play DJ Moore and like changed like three of the players that I had on my bench. But that was crazy. That was a crazy game for the Bears. That was a really, really crazy game. Jordan Love going out, you know, everybody probably expected Green Bay to win. Um, Crazy game. Crazy, crazy game. Like getting to overtime. Like it was one of those games where you're just like I expecting was like, okay, here it goes. Here's where they're gonna here's where they're gonna fall short. And it was just like first down, first down, first down, touchdown. I was like, holy crap, they brought it to overtime and then they win it. I was like, dude, this is crazy. Ben Johnson found a successful formula. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And you gotta look at it, or I at least question it, like goes first in the division, potential buy, all this stuff. And then you look back at the Lions and, struggling to make playoffs. You're like, wow, 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 wow. He really was the real deal. He really is the real deal, Ben Johnson. Any questions of if he was the real deal or not? Like, first year, that was crazy. That was crazy. But much love to you. Merry Christmas to you, the real McCoy, and your family. Merry Christmas and God bless. Hopefully you guys have a good Christmas. All right, they're showing second and goal for the Browns, trying to get it in the end zone. They tried to sneak run with Fannin. No call yet. Very close to a touchdown. Very, very close to a touchdown. All right, they're calling it a touchdown. So second touchdown for Harold Fannin, I believe. Second touchdown for Harold Fannin here. Um, Harold Fannin with the touchdown. Harold Fannin with the touchdown. All right, Harold Fannin with 2 touchdowns. That's crazy. That's crazy. Brock Bowers level. This man's going nuts. All right. And the Panthers also scored a touchdown. Panthers also scored a touchdown. Um, yeah. So they scored a touchdown. Bryce Young to Sanders for a touchdown. So I got to update that score. They're showing Chris Olave. Um, Here we go. Gotta put this score up. Panthers are up 20-17. Wow. The Bucks are really getting a run for their money right now. The Panthers are showing the world that they deserve to win the division if they could take down the Bucks here. Herbert on the bench with 40 points. Dude, Herbert is having a game, huh? I'm sorry, man. I am sorry that you did not get you did not get to play Herbert. Oh man. What scared you off, Herbert? If you don't mind me asking. Uh, All right, they're showing Slayton catching a football. That game's a little bit of a snooze fest, I would say. Um, what is the over under on Denver game and Texas game? Great question. Let me look. All right. Denver. Denver is a 46.5 over under. Houston is 39.5. So 7 more point over under in the Broncos game. The spread is 14.5 for Houston, though. The spread is 3.5 for Denver. And Smitty's now asking Michael Carter or Nick Chubb. So similarly, someone. Oh, his O line is what pushed you off. Okay, that's understandable. But it's the Cowboys though. All right, Smitty says Michael Carter or Nick Chubb. So somebody was asking me Michael Carter or Jordan, right? And for me, that's and a touchdown. It looks like the Chris Olave dropped in the bucket. But where I'm at with that, Smitty, is I have no idea how they're going to break down Nick Chubb usage versus Jordan usage, right? My best logical guess is that Nick Chubb will get the high value touches around the goal line, but maybe they use Jordan a little bit more for the change of pace and middle usage. So that's a little up in the air for me. I think Michael Carter has the better guaranteed usage. However, that offense is more pass heavy, right? So does Michael Carter catch some passes? I don't know. So I think there's more overall running opportunities for the Houston backfield than the Cardinals backfield. But I just don't know how that split is going to be broken up. So Nick Chubb for me is a touchdown hope, right? And then Michael Carter, hopefully he gets the usage and hopefully he gets a touchdown. So it comes down to your gut. Who do you feel is going to get the touchdown more between the two? And I would lean Nick Chubb for myself just because of who they're playing, the greatest team in football, the Raiders, versus Michael Carter. Might not be needed as much in his matchup. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't know if you disagree or not. But that's what I would do. Hopefully that helps you. Drop a like if you can. Briz says gotta go with Knicks. I think so too, man. I think so too on that. Well, the Bengals are looking up for a 3rd and goal here, up 31-14. And they got Chase Brown in motion right now, looking for Chase Brown. And he's got a 3rd touchdown. Chase Brown with 3 touchdowns. Wow. And guess what, guys? I'm playing against Chase Brown. Yay. Yay. Chase Brown with another touchdown. Yay. Oh my goodness. He's having a day, yo. 28.3 points for Chase Brown. Wow. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, 2nd and 10 for Baker Mayfield and team. 2nd and 10 for Baker Mayfield and team. 42-yard line. All right. And over the middle finds his man Chris Godwin. 1st down for the Bucks. Sorry, playing against Chase Brown. It's all right. It's all right. I'd be more sad if it was, to make it to the finals of playoffs. But again, I had to drink major copium in order for me to make it through and process my loss last week. You need Darren Waller to snag a TD. Well, the Miami has to be throwing the football, so Hopefully you hit that. Jefferson, TD, DJ Moore's outperforming Jefferson 2 weeks in a row is flabbergasting. I know. Can you imagine if you what if that happens? Can you imagine end of year you're like DJ Moore, better quarterback than wow, Justin Herbert with a 34-yard rush. Wow. DJ Moore outperforms Justin Jefferson on here. That's the headline, right? DJ Moore outperforms Justin Jefferson. How bad, how bad the Vikings are offensively right now. All right. So we're going to the witching hour, they're saying. The witching hour. All right. So Tampa Bay back marching towards the red zone here. Down 17-20. Down 17-20. Fourth quarter. 3rd and 4 here. Here they come. Here come the Bucks. Looking. Baker, blitz coming, and he gets sacked. And here comes a field goal for Baker Mayfield because he's going to have to kick the field goal here. Wow. Wow, he's going to have to kick a field goal here to tie it up. 2020. We'll see if they can do it, but nothing was there for Baker. Nothing was home. All right, so here they go. Here comes 50-yard field goal attempt. Kick is up. And kick is good. Tie game 2020 Bucks and the Panthers. Tie game Panthers and Bucks. This is an exciting game. Very, very exciting game here. Tied 2020. Who is going to take charge of the division? Are they going to end in a tie? Are they going to end in a tie? 2020. All right. So Miami throws an interception. Miami throws an interception. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Interception. All right. So they're looking at Tracy getting a couple yards there. Not much for him. They're showing Bengals on 2nd and 4 here. Chase Brown. And he's got another good carry. First down for Chase Brown. 12-yard gain for Chase Brown. All right, tie score updated for Bucks and Panthers. We got 3rd and 13 for Jackson Dart. Trying to get into the red zone. We'll see what he can do here. And nothing there. Nothing there. They're showing. All right. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, 4th down for. Here, let me update this Bucky Irving point score. All right, so there's kicking a field goal. And the field goal is good. New York ties it up with the Vikings. All right, now they're showing the Chargers with a penalty on the offensive line, it looks like. Shout out, Briz. That's exactly what he was worried about. Alex, how are you? Outcome of semifinals is going to come down to kicker. Would I start Boswell or Pinero, both indoors? Wow. That is crazy that your matchup's going to come down to a kicker. Oh, man. That is the most pressure ever. That is the most pressure ever for a kicker. Okay. Oh, man. So, Pinero or Boswell? Dude, I don't know. I don't know. Um, my only thought is that Lions would be a bigger threat than the Colts right now to score touchdowns, which could put your game scripts in non-field goal positions. So that's the only reason I'm talking myself into Pinero. But you got to go with your gut. You got to the semifinals all based on the decisions you made. So just take the feedback that I have, right, with a grain of salt. All because Jacobs and Parkinson combined for 8 points. Oh man, that is so tough to hear. I'm sorry, Alex, but yeah, that's how I talk myself into Pinero. Is just that to me there's potential more negative game scripts for Pittsburgh, but go with your gut. Your gut has got you here. Much love to you and your team. Best of luck to make it to finals. I will be rooting for you. Drop a like if you can. Merry Christmas to you and your loved ones. And many celebrations. Much love to you and your team. Hopefully, you can overcome Jacobs and Parkinson. All right, so Myles Garrett, half a sack behind the sack record. All right, they're showing 3rd and 2 for Carolina. 3rd and 2 for Carolina. You think you're gonna roll with Pinero? Probably won't get any sleep tonight, but we'll see what happens. I know exactly how you feel, but prayers for you. Much love for your team. Best of luck, Alex. Happy Sunday. Merry Christmas. All right, so 3rd and 2 for the Panthers, who they get there on first down. They get there on first down. And they're showing 3rd and 5 for the Jets, who get a sack. And there's a fumble. And it looks like the Saints recover it. So fumble on the Jets. Shout out Ryan, our defense. Looks like it got a sack and a fumble. All right, they're showing 1st and 10 for Bryce Young, scrambling around, taking a sack. Taking a sack. Bryce Young took a sack. And they're showing as well the Chargers in Hampton, 2nd and 7. All right, so broken play, and the Bucks get a sack. And 2nd and 7 for Herbert on the 10-yard line. All right, dropping back, firing, and QJ just shy of a first down. It'll be like 3rd and 1 for the Chargers. 2nd and 21 for Bryce Young, empty backfield after the sack. 2nd and 21 here, 8 minutes and 50 seconds left. Bryce Young scrambling to his right, firing over the head of, it looks like, Jalen Coker. Or not sure exactly who. 3rd and 1 for the Chargers on the 4-yard line. And it looks like a false start is going to back them up. All right, Bryce Young, 3rd and 19. And he got a Hubbard check down, nothing there. 4th down, it'll be a punt coming. All right. And the Chargers with the false start, backing them up. 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6. All right, here they go. 3rd and 6. Taking the snap. Herbert dropping back. Looking, scrambling, firing, and incomplete. All right, will be a field goal opportunity for the Chargers. They're showing the Browns are getting close to the red zone here against the Bills. All right, well, so Herbert, nothing home for him. And so they're going to have to kick a field goal. So 4th and 6 here. 4th and 6 for the Chargers. Kick is up. Kick is good. All right. Kick is good there. All right. 3rd and 3 for the Browns. Down 17-23. They could actually take a lead with a touchdown here. Sanders finding his man in the backfield. No good. 4th down is going to have to be a field goal. They're showing Mike Gesicki for a touchdown. 45-14. Bengals are rolling all over the Dolphins. All right, 41-yard field goal attempt here for the Browns. And the Browns field goal is good. 3-point game. And you got Tajay Spears running it in for a touchdown. Tajay Spears with the touchdown. All right, so the Titans are rolling over the Chiefs. Tajay Spears getting the touchdown. Easy walk-in touchdown for Tajay Spears. Got some blocks set up on the left side of the field. You got the Saints trying for another field goal. The Saints up 16-6. And the field goal is good for the Saints, 19-6. All right. All right. So Tampa Bay has to Tampa Bay here has to make something happen. 7:55 left, 2020. Score is tied 2020. All right, here comes Baker scrambling for himself, who gets a first down. There is a flag. It's probably going to be a hold on the offensive line. So we'll see what they say. Hold on the offense. That does bring the Bucks back. That brings the Buck backs. All right. So we got a hold on the Bucks offensive line. 1st and 16. 1st and 16 for the Bucks after a penalty. So here they go. Snap is off. Fakes the handoff. Quick pass. Hitting Jalen McMillan for a gain of maybe 4. And you got the Cowboys down by 10 and Dak Prescott and team having to come back from a 10-point game We got second and 11 here for the Bucks. Second and 11 for the Bucks. Gain of 1 for McMillan. Baker firing. And he's got Ibuka for a gain of like 40, 45. Big play there. Big play there. Ibuka's got a catch now. In that soft zone coverage, was able to get free. All right. So Ibuka, a big catch there. They're showing Justin Jefferson with the 21-yard catch. Fingertip, toe drag swag for Justin Jefferson. All right. All right, midfield now are the Bucks after Ibuka getting a big play. Carolina on first down breaks through the offensive line and tackles Bucky Irving for a loss of about 1. All right. So Cade Otton is beat. His man beats him and tackles Bucky Irving in the backfield. Loss of 2, second and 12 here for the Bucks. 5 minutes left in the game. Man in motion, looking. Mayfield firing for Evans, looking for a flag. No flag. It'll be 3rd and 12. 3rd and 12 for the Bucks here. Key 3rd down. All right, 3rd and 9 for Josh Allen. And the Browns could tie the score if they stop them with the field goal. 3rd and 12 for Baker. Allen's getting sacked. Allen takes a sack. And Baker takes a sack. All right. So Carolina's defense and Cleveland's defense both hold up here. Sack on Josh Allen. And a sack on Baker Mayfield. All right. So, Mayfield got called for a delay of game. So he has another 3rd down chance. Will Garrett get the sack record? I think so. He's got it, right? He's behind by half a sack. He's got this quarter and 2 more games. I mean, I feel like they have to draw up a scheme for him or something to I feel like if you're the other team, you just gotta let them sack you to get the record, you know? All right. No catch for Chris Godwin, so they're calling it 4th and 17. So Baker Mayfield and team also have to what's it called? Baker Mayfield and team will have to punt. But yeah, I believe they're gonna have to. They have to try to get Garrett the sack record. However, they try to bring pressure to free him up or something, you know? I think he'll get it. I think he'll get it. All right, so maybe this game too, right? If Cleveland somehow does magically score and and guys like Josh Allen can get you a sack, right? Because they try to scramble. Okay. So they're showing Minnesota tied 13-13 and Aaron Jones getting a first down. Tie game 13-13. They're showing 4th and 10 for Dallas. Have to go for it on 4th down. They got to go for this. Down 10. And there is a timeout called by the Chargers. All right. So the Chargers are running Dallas, and Dallas is in desperation mode right now to try to make a score happen because they're down 10 points with 7 minutes left. Chris Olave's got 99 yards and a touchdown. 1 yard short of that doubler in those 100-yard leagues. Damn, JJ McCarthy. So Justin Jefferson, 6 receptions, 85 yards. Finally, Jefferson had a respectable game. Aaron Jones got 68 yards. All right. 4th and 10 for Dak. Dropping back. And he's looking. And he gets hit. Incomplete. All right. So Prescott and team off the field now. They're showing the Jets on 4th and 6. Going for it. Firing. Intercepted. All right. Interception against the Jets. All right. 1st and 10 for the Vikings. Okay. Timeout in that game. We shall see. Aaron Jones technically. Oh no, he cannot get 30 yards here to get the doubler of 100 yards. Well, Carolina now has a chance to control their destiny against the Bucks. The Bills are 3rd down. No, the Browns are 3rd down against the Bills. Down 23-20, 3rd and 10. So here they go. Sanders firing, and he's going to be 2 yards short of the 1st down. It'll be 4th down. Fourth down. All right. So 4th and 2 for the Browns. They're keeping the offense on the field. They do got all 3 timeouts, so they will have a chance to stop them. Okay, so here they go. Dropping back. Sanders trying to break free, and he gets sacked. So Buffalo can salt the clock away here to win. 5 minutes left. Wow. Bad sack by Shedeur Sanders there. All right. D's. No. That's a good one. That's a good screen name. You're down by 20, London or Gainwell. I think you're just hoping for the upside of Drake London there, right? I feel like the game scripts for Gainwell to get there. If it's a PPR league, Gainwell can get there. So whatever one you're feeling, pulling up data. If I pull up the data in a PPR, half point PPR, let me see. Let me see. Where is it? All right, so we got Gainwell. Let me see. Gainwell's got 1, 2, 3-ish games with 20 points, you know, and then you got London. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So London's done the 20 points more. But if you're worried about the injury and not getting as much usage, then go Gainwell. I don't think it's a terrible play to play Gainwell, especially since they're playing the Lions and the Lions can score. Um, but I would choose London there. But Cousins and him don't connect, or at least they didn't last time they played together. Yeah, dude, your gut got you here, right? So if you feel the gut play is Gainwell, go for it. It's not like it's a terrible play, he has the most receptions on his team, Gainwell does. So go with your gut. Your gut's got you here. Um and um you know, trust your gut. I'd play London and just hope for it, but I don't think Gainwell is far off in terms of like, who has the better edge. So if it's close, go with your gut. Much love to you and your team. D's nut. Funny name. Drop a like if you can. Much appreciated. What's up, Epic 8? PPR. Flex with DK, Sutton, or Michael Wilson. I think for me the safest is Michael Wilson if I was up or tied. But if I was tied or behind and needed points, Sutton has to me the better upside. I'm risk adverse, so most times I'm playing the what's it called? The uh safer option, but I think Sutton has the highest upside if needed. DK is a decent upside position too. I just trust Sutton over DK, but go with your gut. Your gut has got you here. Much love to all of you. Merry Christmas. Much love to you and your teams. Hopefully you make finals. Um, but for me, I'm going Michael Wilson's most situation. Unless I needed upside, then I'm going Sutton. Um, Sutton's probably the right play, anyways. You're welcome, Deesna. But drop a like if you can. Epic. Let me know if you disagree. Much love to you and your team. Merry Christmas, everybody. Okay, so we got some crazy things going on. We got 3rd and 7 here for Carolina, who is got a little more than 2 minutes left. Here they go. 3rd down and 7. Do they just take this down to the 2-minute warning? They got 3rd and 7 here. Timeout is taken, it looks like. All right, the Bills marching towards the red zone. James Cook running it. So 2nd down for the Bills, marching towards the red zone. We got the Bills who should win this game. Looking pretty good. You got the Vikings marching it towards the red zone. 3rd and 3 here for the Vikings. Tied 13-13. In field goal range, so they might just take the field goal here. We'll see how aggressive Minnesota is, but I believe they'll probably just take the easy way. All right. James Cook brings it to a 3rd and about 5. It'll be 4th down for Minnesota. They'll be kicking a field goal. And the Jets are down 6-19. Losing there. So let's see what happens here. They should be kicking the field goal. Here they go for the Vikings. Field goal attempt for the Vikings here. And kick is up. Kick is good. Vikings take a 16-13 lead. Vikings take a 16-13 lead. It's 3rd and 6 for the Bills, up 23-20 against the Browns. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game here. And we got Bills with a 92% win percentage. So here we go. And they're just short. It's caught by Shakir, but it'll be 4th down. All right, they're showing a 1st and goal for Miami, down 45-14, and they got a touchdown for Jalen Wright. Touchdown for Miami. Okay, 4th and 1 for the Bills. 4th and 1 for the Bills. And they're going for it here. The Bills are. Or unless they're just trying to draw the Browns off sides. Nope, they took it. Allen's looking. And it's dropped. It was in the end zone. Dawson Knox on his hands, but could not handle it in. And so the Browns will take over. And they just need a field goal to tie. All right, we got 3rd and 7 for the 3rd and 7 for the Panthers here on the 30-yard line, field goal range. 2 minutes, 28 seconds left. Bryce Young dropping back, looking, scrambling, nothing there. So it will be a field goal opportunity for the Panthers here. They're going to have to kick a field goal here. So 4th down for the Panthers, kicking a field goal. The Bills receivers have not come through for Allen this year. I know. No. I don't know. I honestly kind of don't understand why they didn't kick the field goal. I mean, I kind of get it because you're trying to win the game, but like Cleveland's offense sucks. Do they, they're not going to be able to score a touchdown in a couple minutes of play. All right, so the Panthers kick a field goal, and it is good. So they take a 23-20 lead. And now we got the Browns driving the football to try to, here we go, potentially tie the game up. And you got Sanders taking a sack. And that might do it. We shall see if they can overcome this, but deep down after eating that sack. So it'll be like 2nd and 18 after that sack. 2 minutes left. All right, shotgun formation. Shedeur Sanders. And he's going to take another sack. And he just gets rid of it. It's going to be intentional grounding, potentially. Intentional grounding it is. 3rd down. It's going to be 3rd down and like 30 on like their own 1 or 2 yard line. Oh my goodness. That was almost a safety. Ryan says, with Burrow, Mahomes, and Lamar all possibly out of the way, seems like Josh will need to score every point himself to get to the Super Bowl. I know. I know exactly what you're saying. It feels like he has nobody on his team besides James Cook at times, huh? But maybe he could do it. Maybe he could do it. So they are on the field now. Comes the Buccaneers, down 3 points, needing a field goal to tie. 2 minutes left. 2-minute drill. It's gonna be the 2-minute drill here for the Bucks. All right. Wonder if they'll finish it in regulation, or if this is going to potentially go to overtime, or if the Bucks are just going to straight up lose it here. We will see. We will see. All right. So 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Baker, Mayfield, and team trying to win it here. All right. So they're showing Jackson Dart and team down 16-13 and nothing there. And there's a flag. True. Josh and Cook need to just run an option play every down. Whoever the defender bites on, take the other one. Just run option for both people. I know. I feel you there. And then just use Dalton Kincaid once in a while when they need or whatever, but they might as well just keep the ball between the two of them themselves. I agree with that. I agree with that. Okay, so here we go. 1st and 10 opportunity for the Bucks have to start from their own 10-yard line. So they got to go real far here. Baker looking, firing, finding his man Evans, gain of about 5. Might go straight to the 2-minute warning here. Going to be the 2-minute warning for the Bucks. 3rd and 32 for the Cleveland Browns. Nothing there. All right. 4th and 32. You cannot go for this on 4th and 32. Shedeur Sanders almost stepped out of bounds in the end zone, but he didn't. James, how are you? Full PPR, thinking about throwing in Strange instead of waiting for Tyler Warren. That's not a terrible idea. You know, I don't think Tyler Warren's name/value on the year holds weight. So if you got a feeling, you should go for it. You know, the gut feeling gets us to where we are at now, right? And Tyler Warren doesn't have a solid matchup. So if you're feeling Strange, you can go for it. I think it's close for me. I'd be flipping a coin. So I think either or, less passing opportunities probably for Tyler Warren. So I don't think you're crazy for thinking about that. So yeah, go for it if that's your gut. Much love to you and your team. Best of luck, James. Best of luck. Much celebrations. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Drop a like if you can. But I don't mind playing Strange instead of Tyler Warren at all in that situation. All right, so after a hot first half by Dallas, they basically get shut out in the second half. So Chargers going to win there. The Bills should win this game pretty easily. They just need a first down here to solidify it. Wilson says Goff or Brissett going against Lamar. Oh man. I think Brissett has somewhat of a safer floor. Ceiling might be okay. Goff, Steelers could be thrown on decent. Well, if you're going against Lamar, and let's say you're projected tied, I think I'm taking the Cardinals there in terms of Brissett potentially throwing for more value, Um, so I think I'm playing Brissett there. It's decently close though. It's decently close. So if you have a feeling, go with your gut. But I'd be taking Brissett there just because I feel like there's more need for him to throw than Goff. But go with your gut. Your gut's got you here. Merry Christmas. Much love to you and your fantasy team. Let me know if you disagree. Much love to you and your team. Drop a like if you can. But best of luck to get to the next round, Wilson. Much love. Much love. So Baker and team looking for McMillan, Jalen McMillan, but throw slightly behind, nothing there. So it's going to be 2nd and 10 for the Bucks. The Bills just get a first down, so the Bills can take knees now to win it. You're welcome, Wilson. Much love. Much love. So Baker on 2nd and 10, hitting Mike Evans for a gain of about 5 or 6, it looks like. So it'll be 3rd down for the Bucks. They're gonna need more yardage for the field goal attempt. They're 3rd and 4 right now. It's 4 down territory. Shotgun formation, firing, finding his man is Cade Otton for the first down. So Baker and team with a minute left. 1st and 10 here. 1st and 10. Shotgun formation. Here he goes. Looking, firing, and hits Mike Evans. Gain of maybe 7. Timeout taken. Timeout taken here. 2nd timeout taken by the Bucks. They got one more timeout left. And Carolina's in zone right now, so a lot of these underneath passes are being left open. So Mike Evans capitalizing on that soft defense. Baker and team here can tie it up with the field goal. So 49 seconds left. 20 to 23. Close to field goal range. They would like it a little closer for a better field goal, but they can still go for the win. False start. False start. All right, false start on Ibuka. False start on Ibuka. Brings them back. All right, let's see. All right, let's see. Oh, and Mayfield throws an interception. No way. No way. No way. Oh my goodness. Baker Mayfield just lost the game throwing an interception. Wow. And Ryan says Abuko is probably going to get the ball in that false start. Oh, you think he got trigger happy maybe? Man, Mayfield. Oh, he total miscommunication with Mike Evans. And he throws the interception. He throws the interception. And there goes the game. There goes the game. And now they could just take knees and win the game due to the Carolina Panthers. Wow. Julio, how are you? How are you, Julio? Need help? What's going on? Standard League. RJ Harvey, Michael Wilson, or Carter. And you've been playing Wilson. You've been playing Wilson. Yeah, so Carter for me is low man on that totem pole. Um, so it's between Wilson and RJ Harvey for me. Um, I think I'm still taking Wilson there. You know, the Broncos are at home against the Jags. You know, the Jags are more of a pass funnel, I would say. It's it's close. It's definitely close for me. I think, if you want the guaranteed touches, because Standard League, it's all about touchdown and touches, right? Uh, what's his name? That's how RJ Harvey is safer. But you know, I don't know if Marvin Harrison is gonna get, a bunch of usage. So it's close for me. Um, I think most situations in my flex, I'm taking the running back for the guaranteed touches in a standard league. Um, and it's not like RJ Harvey doesn't get the passes. So I would just hope he could beat that matchup, play Harvey, but go with your gut. Your gut's got you here. It's not far off for me. So I could take Wilson in a lot of situations. So I don't hate it if you want to take Wilson, but in a standard league, I like to take the touches unless I need the upside. But I'd be playing RJ Harvey in most situations. But again, go with your gut because Wilson's not far off for me. And if you just have a feeling that he's going to do it, go for it. So much love to you and your team. Hopefully that was helpful. I know I towed the line a little bit, but let me know if you disagree or if that was not helpful. Drop a like if you can. Much love to you. Merry Christmas, and hopefully wish you the best the rest of this week. All right. So the Panthers end up winning. That was surprising, right, guys? That was surprising. Um, that was surprising. Let's see. RF says Drake London or Sutton. You know, I don't think Sutton's a bad play, right? Because just as I was talking about, the Jaguars are more of a pass funnel than run funnel, I think. So there's some opportunity there. Sutton is the biggest target for the Broncos. So I think he's pretty safe, right? Drake London, I don't know if we know what we're gonna get. How injured is he? There's a little more variability for me with Drake London. So the only reason I'm talking myself into Drake London in your situation is if I was down and I just really needed something. But even in that case, it's Sutton. So Drake London for me is like only a feeling type play, right? Like, oh, I believe uh just the match because the matchup's good, right? I just believe he's healthy and that he's gonna go right back in and play, right? Otherwise, Sutton for me is a lot safer of an option because he does have some upside. He probably has a good matchup, right? Decent matchup against the Jaguars. Jaguars do have a good defense, don't get me wrong, but they're easier to pass on. So Sutton in most situations, unless you just have that gut feeling for Drake London. I'm playing Drake London in my flex just because I have hope and a feeling. It's more of an emotional play than a logical play for me. But go with your gut. Hopefully that helps you. Let me know if or if not RF. Drop a like if you can. Merry Christmas to you and your loved ones. Julio says, just hoping it's a shootout and Brissett throws 4 touchdowns. Exactly. Exactly right. You're just hoping to get a piece because I do agree that they're going to throw some more. So, you know, I think Wilson's a decent play, right? I think he's a great play. So it's up to you. I could see myself playing Michael Wilson, depending on my matchup. But much love to all you guys. Merry Christmas. Drop a like if you guys can. Many, many celebrations. But crazy things happen. The Panthers beat the Bucks. The Panthers beat the Bucks. That was a huge, huge one that we did not expect. And the Chargers defended things. So good job, Chargers. Facts has shown it. Who knows what you get from a guy coming back from injury, especially a PCL injury or a ligament injury. That's stability of the knee on a guy who's cutting back and forth, right? Double that with Pitt's connection. Already did drop one, bro. Thanks. Well, appreciate you, RF. Appreciate you, 100. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas to you as well. Keep it 100. Thank you so much. Many, many celebrations to y'all. All right. And so these afternoon games will be taken off soon. And we got Jaguars Broncos being a high profile game here. I will just be on for just a little bit here. But it will be cool to see the first kind of drives going on. All right, so let me change the spotlight here. So we got Broncos, Jags kicking off, and the Cardinals and Falcons kicking off. So we shall see what happens here. Trevor Lawrence and team set records last week. Broncos are on a tear. And we got the Falcons and Cardinals playing garbage game, but hopefully there'll be some good offense there. Hopefully. Would I take the Lions or the Steelers based on the line? I think the Lions have gotten their butts kicked, and so I feel like they have to come out firing. The Steelers, I don't know. I'm taking the Lions there, even with the spread, to just punch it home, and just bet on the skill of that team. I think the Steelers are doing the best they can with what they have and how the season's gone, but I don't think their talent lives up to that. So that's how I would look at it for the Lions on their over under. But let me know if you disagree. But we got the Jaguars taking the first drive against the Broncos. This is a high profile, big game. Both teams in the playoff race looking to secure a bye are the Broncos. The Jaguars have been on a tear recently and want to shake things up for the playoffs. All right, Steelers away is rough dirt. Lions at home puts up points. Don't know if Pitts can score 29 plus. True that. Steelers away is rough dirt. That is a true statement. And Lions at home, that's where they play the best. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that statement there. So the Broncos can clinch a bye, I believe. No, they cannot. So 3rd and 4 for Trevor Lawrence. Nothing there. So punt on the first series for the Jags. It will be a punt. And Broncos will get it on the first possession. So Chase Brown with the 30-point game. That's crazy. That is crazy. All right. Um, all right, so they're showing Jacoby Brissett on 3rd and 7, hidden Higgins for 17 yards. First down. First down, first down. All right. You got 3rd down for the Cardinals. 3rd down for the Cardinals against the Falcons. We got 3rd and 3. You got a 1st and 10 for the Broncos. All right, Brissett on 3rd down finds his man. No, it gets incomplete. 4th down. 4th down. Josh Allen had 0 touchdowns today. Oh, that's true. He did, huh? That is true. He did. That's because Knox dropped one, right? And then Cook was running well. Both 2 touchdowns. You're right. I didn't even think about that. Off the hands of Troy Franklin, it looks like. Nothing there. Field goal opportunity for the Cardinals. Kick is up. Kick is good. So the Cardinals opening score gets the field goal. Do I think Henderson is a repeat performance against Baltimore like he's had? I think Henderson, how I look at him is boomer bust, but the bust isn't that low of a floor, but still a bust potential. And what I mean by that is, you know, in order for Henderson to do that, he's got to break one off, but it's possible for him to break one off at any time because he's so fast, right? So if he gets a few passing opportunities and 12 to 15 rushing opportunities, he always has potential to, get a 40-yard play or something. So do I think he repeats it? Maybe, probably not. But you never know, right? Because all it takes for him is to break one tackle or, cut the edge on one run and he could take it to the house or 40 yards, 50 yards. Um, but it's just the question is, are they going to give him that many opportunities? Does the game script look for that? And I would say it's like 1/3 or 1/4 of a chance, right? Where 1/3 of the games, it's all happens all through the air, right? A third of the games, he doesn't break one off, and him and Ramondre somewhat split usage. And then maybe a third of the time, he'll get, the 15 touches and 4 or 5 passes to give you the usage. Um, but I don't think because he had a good game, they're gonna switch their strategy, if that makes sense, right? Like, I don't think it's going to be all of a sudden he gets 20 carries and, 4 targets or 5 targets. I think the usage will stay roughly the same, and it just depends on if during his drive the blocking is set up well or not. Um, so that's how I see it. Let me know if you disagree or not. Uh, all right. So they're showing Aaron Rodgers and team against the Lions. Both teams 8-6. So Goff is going to need to win this. Um, and they're showing Kenneth Gainwell. Kenneth Gainwell's been playing really well. Okay, so after a field goal by the Cardinals, they are now going to be going to the Falcons. So the Falcons going to be receiving this kickoff. Cardinals are up 3-0. Cardinals are up 3-0 here. So here it goes. All right, and it goes out of bounds. Touchback. Touchback. Touchback for the Falcons. So here come the Falcons. I just kind of wanted to see a drive here or there in this game and maybe a drive by the Lions or something. But not going to be on for much longer. All right, here we go. Falcons taking their first drive. And we got 1st and 10 for the Falcons. Man in motion, Bijan Robinson. Hand off to Bijan, and he gets about 9 yards, just jumping through all the tackles, all the jump cuts. Gain of 9. All right, you got Denver across midfield now. Oh, no, sorry. Jacksonville taking over on the 40. Sorry, I read it backwards. All right, that's a fair assessment. Last time he wasn't productive on touches. He was, 11 points. The game before, just as unproductive, but saved by 3 touchdowns. Yeah, against the Jets. Exactly. That's exactly what I mean and how I feel, right? I mean, so I don't think his bust is like 0 point floor, right? But if he only gets 10 touches and he only runs for 4 yards a carry and only catches 2 passes, he might only get you, 8 points. But I think it's semi-realistic, right, that he gets between 10 to 15 points more times than not. It's Mateo. Chubb or Gainwell? Thoughts? Well, Chubb already played, so you have to play Gainwell, right? Oh, wait, sorry. I was thinking of Chuba Hubbard. I play Gainwell. If you're especially if you're down bad, because Gainwell, I mean, what you're looking for there is this man leads his team with receptions. So you're hoping for like 6 receptions, and one of them breaks free for maybe a touchdown. Chubb, he's probably going to get the high value targets in the end zone, but I don't think yardage wise or passing wise, Chubb is going to be there. So for Chubb's upside, he'd have to fall into the end zone twice. But Gainwell, I think, could have like a 100-yard game realistically. I don't think it's realistic for Chubb to have a 100-yard game. But much love. Drop a like if you can. You're welcome, Mateo. Merry Christmas to you and your loved ones. Best of luck trying to get to the next round. Much celebrations. You're welcome, G, to you as well. All right, guys. It is a sack on Trevor Lawrence. Sack on Trevor Lawrence, and it's going to lead to a punt back to the Broncos. All right, so the Broncos fielding it, and they'll be taking over about the 15-yard line. Will be Bo Nix and the Broncos. Cam Little is practicing 70-yard field goals, and he's doing it. Wow. These guys kick the ball so far now, 70 yards. So Quinshaw Judkins suffered a broken leg. Oh no, and a potential knee injury as well. What? Oh no. Judkins had 947 yards in 14 games. So Judkins has a broken leg and a potential knee injury as well. Crap. That's crazy. Floor 10 points, ceiling 30. Roughly, right? I agree with you, right? 10 points in a PPR league on a low week, and he could pop off 25, 30 points. The Chiefs believe that Gardner Minshew also tore his ACL. What? So Patrick Mahomes tears his ACL last week, and then their backup tears his ACL this week? Oh no. Oh no. That is not cool. All right, you got a Cardinals member with an injury. Wow, that really, really sucks. All right, 1st and 10 for the Falcons from the 46-yard line. Fakes the handoff. Going deep. Looking for Drake London, and it was batted down. All right. Wow, that's rough for the Browns running back. I know. I know. Hopefully he can heal and play next season, but damn, hopefully he didn't tear an ACL and break his leg or nothing like that. That would suck. What's the schedule? Do I have set times for streaming? I was filming and streaming every game, even Mondays or Thursdays. But I scaled that back, so I'm streaming every Sunday now. And then I think there might be Christmas games this week, right? So I might stream one of the Christmas games. I'm not sure yet. But for now it's every Sunday. I was streaming a lot more, but because playoffs are coming to a halt and with this holidays up, I'm a little busier, so I'm only streaming Sundays, and then if I get the opportunity, I'll stream probably on maybe a game on Christmas or something if I have the opportunity. Um, but yeah, I was streaming every game, but for sure Sundays right now. Is there a game on Saturday too next week? Let me see. Uh, because everything's all wishy washy right now, right? Oh yeah, there's 3 games on Christmas. And then there's 2 games on Saturday, and then everything's Sunday. So yeah, for sure I'm doing Sunday. Um, I don't know if I'm gonna stream on Christmas or not because I might have, obviously stuff to do. So maybe I'll stream Saturday too. We'll see. We will see. But appreciate you asking. The price you pay for consistently Super Bowl bursts. They have to get rid of the turf. Is brutal, dude. Yeah, I know. Oh, Drake London dropped the football. They're trying to go for Drake London, and he dropped it. Price you pay for Super Bowl bursts. Yep. During the playoffs, I'll probably continue to try to stream a little bit. I know what's it called will be over. Fantasy will be over, but on the games I'm interested in on the weekends, I'll probably stream as well during the playoffs. Who's gonna make the Super Bowl? Who is gonna make the Super Bowl this year? It's a good question, huh? All right, hitting Bijan on the outside, gain of maybe 5 on 2nd and 10. 3rd down. We gotta put these people, get the spam out the chat. I don't think Nix gets it on the quarterback sneak on 3rd and 1. So he is short. It's gonna be 4th down. 3rd down for the Falcons on the 39-yard line. For those who played London, it was good to see him get some early targets. Cousins, nothing there. All right, 4th down for the Falcons. 4th and inches for the Broncos. Handoff. Does he get there? It looks like he might get it. We'll see what they say. We will see what they say. That was very close. 1st down, they call it. And the Jaguars are pissed. 4th and 6 for the Falcons, and they're lined up to go for it. They take the snap. And Atlanta throws a pick, it looks like. So it says interception for the Cardinals. All right. And Kirk Cousins taking a hit. Cardinals football. Cardinals football. So the Cardinals take over. There's a challenge by the Jaguars. There's a challenge right now for the line to gain of the Broncos. For you, it's Rams and Bills or Rams and Broncos. Oh, you think the Rams are going to make it. So you're pretty confident in the Rams making it. And you think either the Bills or the Broncos. I think this is a huge game right now. The Jags versus the Broncos. Like this, I could foresee replaying, in like the semifinals or something of the uh playoffs. Um, but yeah, I think you don't think the Patriots have a shot. You don't think the Patriots have a shot. It's crazy because like I feel like all the teams from the NFC West, the Seahawks, the Rams, and the 49ers all have a chance to make it to their conference finals. You know, um, the Eagles have somewhat stabilized again, so they're a threat again, I guess. Obviously, a lot of people don't want that. A lot of people don't want that. It would be interesting to see if Houston can make any noise if they make playoffs because their. Defense is that good. That would be interesting to me. Uh, but I agree. I think the Rams have a good shot. All right. So let's see what happens here. We got kickoffs happening. Houston kicking off to the Raiders, and it's the Steelers kicking it off to Detroit. So I think this will be the last drive I watch y'all. Um, drop any last thoughts or questions. All right, first down for Denver. The Jags lose the challenge, and it looks like they hit Cortland Sutton for a first down, gain of about 15 maybe. All right, so here come the Raiders on their first drive against the Texans. Trey Tucker in motion. Ashton Genty in the backfield, play action, going deep, and incomplete. Looking for Michael Mayer, the tight end. All right, Goff against the Steelers. First drive here, 1st and 10. Takes the snap, looking, firing, hitting St. Brown, gain of about 7. Amon-Ra St. Brown on the first catch, gain of about 7. It'll be 2nd and 3. 2nd and 10 for Geno Smith against the Texans. Here they go. Empty backfield looking. Geno scrambling already. Looking. Throws it away. It's going to be 3rd and 10 for the Raiders. All right. Here they go. 2nd and 3 for Detroit. And fakes the handoff. And he takes a sack. Goff taking a sack. 2nd and 13 for Jacoby Brissett. Here they go. Handoff. And they got some space. Michael Carter for a first down. All right. First down for the Cardinals. All right. Simple gap set up there. Michael Carter up the middle for a first down, gain of like 20. It's a good run. So across midfield now are the Cardinals. 1st and 10 for the Cardinals, up 3-0. So here they go. Fakes the handoff. Looking. Ball is tipped. All right. And another catch for Cortland Sutton. But the cornerback got injured for the Jags. 3rd and 11 for Jared Goff. And they try to pitch to Jahmyr Gibbs. Nothing there. Blocks were not set up well, so that is going to be a punt. That is going to be a punt. All right, here comes the Texans and CJ Stroud. Woody Marks inactive. Everybody was asking about the split between Jordan and Nick Chubb. I had no idea. And so Nico Collins, he caught it. They're saying no good for Nico Collins. Officials had to coordinate on that one. Oh, they say incomplete, even though Wilson comes away with the football. Wow. We don't know if it hit the ground. It does not hit the ground. And it looks like a touchdown. We have a coach's challenge because the Cardinals might have got a touchdown to Wilson. It's potentially a touchdown. We'll see what they get in the review. And we got the Broncos going for the end zone. Nothing there. Incomplete. 3rd and 9. All right. So 3rd and 8 for CJ Stroud and team after the Nico Collins was wiped off. Here they go. CJ Stroud looking, almost sacked, but he gets it away and he gets a first down. 3rd and 9 for Bo Nix here. Shotgun formation. Takes the snap, looking, firing, hits his man, and gain of maybe 2. All right, 3rd and 5. Oh, the Steelers. They're showing 3rd and 5 for the Steelers here. All right. Empty backfield for Aaron Rodgers taking the snap. And he's firing and he hits his man. And there you go. Washington, first down. And the kick is off the right upright for Denver. No good. No good. And they marked it. They took it back for the Cardinals. And those who asked to play Michael Wilson, you get paid off with a touchdown right there. Wow. What a play. What a play. Let's go. Let's go. The ball does not touch the ground. And they come up with the catch and a touchdown. Wow. Wow, that was crazy. That was crazy. Jacoby Brissett. Touchdown. All right. And 3rd and long, 3rd and 8 for Stroud. It's all the time in the world. Incomplete, though. That's going to be a punt. All right. 2nd and 5 for Aaron Rodgers and team across midfield. Play action for Rodgers, and he gets sacked. It's going to be 3rd and long for Rodgers. 3rd and long. Loss of 9. 3rd and 14 now. So bad blocking. Nothing for Rodgers. Takes the sack. So 3rd and 14 here for Rodgers and team. All the motion happening. 3 seconds left on play clock. Timeout taken. 3rd and 9 for the Jags. Trevor Lawrence looking, firing, and he's got his man. Parker Washington for a first down. Parker Washington for the first down. Wow. All right. Great move there. All right. 3rd and 14 for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. Everybody's in motion. And shotgun formation. Gainwell moved up. Takes the snap. Ball's tipped up. Nothing there. 4th down. Could be like a 60-yard, 55-yard field goal intent, maybe. Ryan says hard to tell what team you get at each game. I know, right? I know. What do you get? Like 6 touchdowns last week? I mean, the Broncos are one of the best defenses in the league, though, right? So I don't think the ceiling's there this game. But let's see if he could string together a drive. Their 2nd and 10 are the Jaguars. And nothing there. Nothing there. All right. Chris Boswell for the 59-yard field goal. 59-yard field goal here. Kick is up. And it looks good. And it's far enough. So field goal is good for Boswell. Field goal is good for Boswell. 3rd and 10 for the Jags. Shotgun formation. A lot of line on the motion. No time left on the clock. Quick snap. Flags are down. Wow. Oh, wow. All right. 3rd down for the Falcons. Down 0-10. All right. Shotgun formation. Takes the snap. Fires. Gets London for a first down. Judkins has a dislocated ankle and a dang, he got wrecked. Ouch. Ouch. Well, hopefully he recovers well, but that is not good to hear. That is major hurt. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So the Broncos get penalized for a personal foul. And Houston comes up with an interception against Geno Smith that gets run back for a touchdown if it stands. Texans defense scores a touchdown on an interception against Geno Smith. So Texans defense doing its job there again. Yet again. And the Jaguars fortunately picked up a first down after a roughing the passer late hit. So they're marching towards the red zone against Denver. Handoff up the middle. ETN gets about 4. All right, so Geno Smith throws a pick six. And they are up 7-0 against the Raiders. And Stingley's first NFL touchdown, fourth pick of the year. 2nd and 6 for the Jags, 25-yard line. Fakes the handoff, looking deep. Nothing there. Lawrence trying to escape, and he runs for it himself to get the first down. So 1st and 10 for them. All right. Last drive for Detroit. And Gibbs falls on the football. Bobbles it, Gibbs does. 2nd down. All right. So we got 1st and 10 for Trevor Lawrence. There's a flag down. Nothing there. 2nd and 14 for Detroit. Down 3-0. And not much there. It's going to be 3rd and 10, roughly, for Detroit. All right. Penalty declined against the Jags. So Jared Goff here and team need to convert. The Jags marching down towards the red zone themselves. And Detroit on 3rd and 10, firing over the middle, getting the first down. Lawrence over the middle, just short of a first down on 2nd and 10. It'll be 3rd and about 2. It looks like Detroit will keep this drive running by getting a first down. All right. 1st and 10 for the Lions on the 45-yard line. Man in motion. Handoff. Gibbs, gain of about 3. 3rd and 3 for Trevor Lawrence, firing for the end zone. And he's got the touchdown. Parker Washington, it looks like. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence, touchdown. All right. And you got Jared Goff firing over the middle, getting a first down, marching towards the red zone. All right. Let's see. So here we go. 1st and 10 for Detroit. Handoff Montgomery. Nothing there. Shortest day of the year is living it up. Sun is getting ready to go down soon over there. I know. Oh, it is. It is. It's the shortest day of the year right now. You're right, huh? It's the winter solstice. It's always like the 21st and 22nd. Yeah, I think you're right. You are right. All right. There was an injury timeout in the Atlanta game, and Drake London catches another football. All right. 2nd and 10 for Detroit. Handoff Montgomery, and he finds a hole. And he gets into the red zone. And Montgomery getting 17 yards there on the ground. That's why. You are right. You are right, Ryan. Yeah, this last week or two, I've been waking up and I'm like, dang, the sun's still not up yet. Getting to work. I'm like, come on. So sun going down. That means it's only gonna get longer days, right? All right, empty backfield for Jared Goff firing off the hands of Amon-Ra St. Brown. All right. And 2nd and 8 for the Falcons. 2nd and 8 for the Falcons here. Kirk Cousins. 2nd and 8. 24-yard line. Got Mooney in motion. Dropping back. Looking. Firing. Nothing there. It's going to be 3rd and 8. And you got Jared Goff and team looking for the end zone, and it's caught. First down on 2nd and 10. 1st and goal from about the 5. Lions goal to go. 1st and goal from about the 5. All right. 1st and goal from the 4-yard line. Jared Goff under center. Handoff. And Gibbs is short. And Kirk Cousins is sacked on 3rd down. That will be a field goal opportunity. 2nd and goal for the Lions. Showing a game break from Bo Nix. Couple play fakes going deep, and he's got his man, Evan Ingram, in stride. 33 yards. On 2nd and goal, they're showing a missed block, and Jahmyr Gibbs dropped in the backfield. And field goal is up for the Falcons, and field goal is good. All right. 3rd and goal for the Lions. 3rd and goal for the Lions here. Takes the snap. Little trickery, nothing there. Be 4th down and about 3. The Pittsburgh defense read that really well. Great defense. Great defense there. All right, 4th and goal. They're going for it on 4th down. Man in motion. Montgomery's a fake. Goff looking. Throws it. And it's no good. Looking for Amon-Ra St. Brown. All right, guys. Thanks so much for watching today. I think I'm going to call it here. Much love. Merry Christmas to you all. Merry Christmas to you all. Why make that call? Just run the ball 4 downs. Lions hurt themselves with those trick plays. I know what you're saying. Like, if you got David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs and you already believe in your run game, you might as well go for it instead of stupid stuff like that. Or just take the freaking field goal when you're still 4th and 5 on the goal line. I agree with you, but thank you so much, guys, for watching. I got to get to some other stuff for the rest of the day. Much appreciated for watching. Merry Christmas. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we will see y'all next time, hopefully on Christmas. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate your support. You're awesome as well. Much love, everybody.